held in August because the elections were March and May. And so your new members would come in the summertime and they'd have a retreat in August and move on. And then when I came onto the council and I was running for election in 2014 and the retreat was mid-August and the election was the end of August, and things started to feel out of balance, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. And then you have new council members coming in January and it doesn't make any sense. So then we moved them to a financial retreat in February and a strategic retreat in October. Well, 2020, of course, gave us a whole different ball game. In January, February timeframe, we realized that we weren't going to be able, we shouldn't be holding a financial retreat in February with 3 council members that weren't going to be here anymore. That would be myself and Eddie Cook and Jordan Ray. So you held off until April, and then COVID hit, right? So it became very much a sort of virtual retreat with just a few people in person. It was kind of very small. I watched from home. It was very small. And then we decided to hold off on the October retreat because we were going to have a new council member and a new mayor in January. So why have that one when we're going to be new and have pretty much a new council at that point in time. So here we are today. And again, I thank you for the time that you're investing in this. In the email that I sent yesterday, I said that we won't be voting today, but we give a lot of head nods as to how to proceed, and feedback is essential. Mayor John Lewis used to say feedback is a gift. Today, it definitely is. Our staff needs to hear from us in order to know what to do for next steps on a lot of these items and projects. So thank you for that. Can we just go around really quick and introduce everybody, because I didn't even know Heather, and there are staff in this room that haven't met council members in person yet. And so it might be nice just to go around and do that. Let's start with Dawn down there. We'll do the inside horseshoe and then we'll do the outside.
Dawn Prince, new assistant town manager for the town of Gilbert. I've been here a hot 3 weeks, and now you can ask me questions.
Okay. We couldn't last Friday, but we can today.
Yes.
Got it, Dawn.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Mary Goodman, also an assistant town manager, and I've been here coming up on 8 years in June.
Patrick Andrew, town manager, and yes, Mayor, we have staff members that haven't met one another yet in person.
In person.
So these are strange times.
Amy, just go ahead.
On the town council.
Scott Anderson, Town Council.
Bridget Peterson, Mayor.
Jan Kaprowski, Vice Mayor.
Scott September, Council Member.
Lauren Hendricks, Council Member.
Kathy Tilkey, Council Member.
Leah Hubbard-Reinheimer, Assistant Town Manager. And then let's go to Judy and Eric back there.
Eric Garcia, IT.
Town attorney.
Most budget director.
And then over here, Monica.
Council aide. Valerie Schaefer, Mayor's aide.
Let's do Isaac since he's right there kneeling down.
Nathan Williams, Chief People Officer.
Heather White, Organizational Development Manager.
Thank you, everybody. And we have one guest, George Dottle, in the back of the room here.
Citizen representative.
Citizen representative. Great, thank you. And now, Patrick, I will throw it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking the staff members who spent the time getting this room ready. There was a lot of actual technology upgrades that we needed to do to this room to host this type of meeting and have it hybrid and broadcast out to our whole community. So from IT, Eric, who you just met, Eugene, Jason, and Isaac were all instrumental. We also have a new wireless microphone system here that we'll be using for the first time. And what I understand is it actually wasn't working midday yesterday. And a few calls to the manufacturer, and we got that ironed out just in time. Our town clerks, Judy and Chevelli, DigGov, Zara, and Derek. In the people team, Heather and Nathan. On our IG squad, Valerie and Monica from the manager's office, Debbie. And then our Parks and Rec facility team, these tables, if they look familiar, we hauled them up from U1 and they are heavy. So we really appreciate that backbreaking work that goes into even the small details like that. And Jen, Loria, and Karen were very helpful with that. And then for the retreat presentations themselves, just innumerable numbers of staff involved in preparing the materials, doing the analysis and studies, preparing the presentations. A extreme debt of gratitude to them to pull this all together, especially for a 2-day retreat with very intense topics. Greatly appreciate their work. And then all of you who have real lives and other jobs that keep you busy, we're going to keep you in your seats for 2 days. So thank you for taking time away from your lives and your work to help us chart the course forward. The mayor already covered this is an unusual retreat. We have typically done a fall strategic and a spring financial. We're going to send out a survey post-retreat to gather any input and ideas you have for us on things that we can tweak logistically or things that you'd like to come back together and discuss and maybe do differently going forward. So we'll get that out after the retreat is complete. Then we've got a lot of timely information, some of it informative and some of it is for direction back for us so we know which path we should proceed to go down. For today's and tomorrow's agenda, we've got items that generally fall in 3 categories. Ones that are informational in nature for new council members to understand our budget process, to understand our LRIP program, long range infrastructure program, and its tie to the capital improvement projects. We've got items that are touch points and follow-ups from the spring financial retreat, our transportation plan ballot initiative, the advocacy center, ASRS, PSPRS update, the recycling program, the Northwest Water Treatment Plant reconstruction project, long-range revenue forecast and expenditures that we do every year to understand where we're at and if we are trending into a structural deficit situation to start making decisions to course correct at an early stage. We always do professional development, and I saw that JW said we had 100% participation on that, so we appreciate that. I think you'll really enjoy the work he does with Strengths Finders. We've got an update from the chief on the crime lab, and then our economic development team, the Northwest Corridor redevelopment plan. And we did put that a little bit behind schedule. We initially anticipated bringing that to the fall council retreat, but as the mayor indicated, with the changing election cycle and potential new faces, we felt it was important to push that a couple months so that our new council, once they get seated, a new mayor chimes in on that. And then we've got some new items on there, transportation master plan update, as well as an understanding of how parks and trails and trail crossings play into that. A review of our commercial solid waste rates, a look at the water SDF impact fees and I need to review those tied to growth and tied to the needs for the Northwest Water Treatment Plant reconstruction. A look at our food tax revenues and general revenue streams. We've got the City of the Future for some of you who I have not had a chance to walk you through that and help you understand what it is. We've got that on here, and the first part of it will be kind of a high-level overview of that. The second part of it is going to be a deeper dive into the metrics that we track and how we're going to start using that to drive data-driven decisions in the organization and something that will become a major initiative going forward on how we identify needs and areas of focus and wildly important goals and put our resources where our needs are. We're going to review our business license program and community engagement task force, community relations task force, which is a follow-up from last fall, a request from last fall. So there is a lot, and it's a long day. We got some breaks built in. If you have questions at any point, we know that a lot of this, we'll try to avoid using acronyms or spell them out because we love acronyms in government, and some of them may not be readily apparent what we're referring to. But please ask any questions just from an informative standpoint, if it's material that's new to you, or you just want to understand what we're trying to explain and communicate to you in better detail. With that, thank you, Mayor. Turn it back to you.
Thanks, Patrick. I was actually going to say that's a lot of acronyms, and then you covered it at the end there. So yeah, please ask questions, because if you're thinking it, somebody else is probably thinking it. So please ask the questions. And again, give your feedback to the staff when they need it, because they won't be able to move forward with a lot of these projects. And I'd love to introduce Kelly Fost, our budget director.
Let's go. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. This is one of my favorite days of the year and one of my favorite days of the year to have over. I sleep the best night of any day of the year. But we've got some really great information today. that we'll go over. We're going to start with Budget 101, and it is the council role and how the council participates with the budget. We've had some questions on this and want to make sure to get that information to you and have opportunity for dialogue and feedback. Yes. So the ask on this presentation will be just to give feedback and any information you have about the process. I'm going to walk through the process with you, tell you about the different touch points where council interacts with the budget process. We're going to do two sides. We'll talk through the ones in blue are council interactions, and then the orange are some things that happen behind the scenes that are just really important. And you need to know that they're happening even if you're not directly contacting and relating with those different pieces. So we're going to start out with areas of special interest. Tall girl. Okay, areas of special interest. And this is an opportunity at any time of the year for council members to touch base with Patrick, any of the ATMs, or myself. Let us know if you have an area that is of particular interest to you. We want to hear that. We want to know that. We're able to take that information and coordinate with the respective departments to figure out any analysis or in-depth look at those areas that you have a particular interest in. Then we can take that information and put it in with our regular budget process and be able to evaluate if we can accommodate those options and what's the most cost-effective way to work on that. So on this one, you don't have to wait for any particular time. Anytime you have a one-on-one or an opportunity to talk to one of those people mentioned, just let us know and we can take that information and work from it. The next opportunity that you have are with contingency requests. So in Gilbert, we do not budget at the department level miscellaneous money that departments can use for what they need that comes up through the year. Instead, we have contingency at the fund level, and departments have to ask for a contingency request if something comes up or changes in the year that they need additional funding to cover. The different levels that happen, if it's up to $25,000, then there's a business case that's presented and I'm able to approve that at the budget director level. Between 25 and 50,000, those requests go to Patrick. He reviews them and is able to respond to them. Anything over 50,000 has to go to council, so you see that. Even the items that are at my level or Patrick's level, you will see that. Every quarter we do a contingency report to council and you see that in your council packet that will list what contingency was approved, the dollar amount, what department. And if you want any additional information on that, we can share the business case or the information that the department provided. So there's full transparency on that and a lot more transparency than if we just had extra money built into the budgets. We want to make sure that you have that opportunity to see when the budget is changing from what was adopted. The next one are council retreats. This is one of the best opportunities for you to interact with driving changes and decisions in the budget. We have both the financial retreat and the strategic retreat. As we mentioned, fall for strategic usually, unless COVID messes up our timing. And then usually in February is our financial retreat. And the information that you give us and the feedback that you give us will help guide the decisions that are being made, the projects that we're working on, and the things that we're bringing to you during regular council meetings throughout the year or building into the budget. So really important feedback and topics. Next, I'm going to go behind the scenes, kind of what happens in our budget process to get things ready to bring to you for budget discussion and adoption. And behind the scenes, we're going to talk about, we start with our conservative budgeting practices. We'll do zero base. We have analyst review, executive review, which we lovingly call the Hunger Games. You'll often hear to it referred to by that title. And then you get information about the process. So starting with our conservative budget practices, we say that word, but it's not always apparent. What does that mean? And it means a lot of things, but I want to give an example of one of the conservative things that we do that really helps us in our budget process. I'm going to use a lemonade stand just for ease of explaining, but this is kind of what happens. So you set up your lemonade stand and you assume that you have a $10 money that you're going to have come in, your revenue. And so we'll put up our expenses, $9 of ongoing and $1 of one time. And then we wait to see, we do our business and see what happens. So if we get $11 of revenue, that's fantastic. It's more than the 10 that we budgeted, and it's more than the 10 that we spent. So we have the next year we're going to do, in Gilbert, we'll budget the same amount of revenue. We especially do this with our sales tax to make sure that we are keeping hurdles that are easy to beat, and that because sales tax is so volatile, we never know when it's going to go up and down. So it's one of the ways that we stay really conservative. So we'll budget again $10 of revenue, and then this time we'll do $9 of our ongoing expense like we did the previous year, but we'll do $2 of one time because we have that dollar from last year that we now get to spend because it wasn't spent. We had that extra, we had the 11 come in. So depending on what happens in that following year, we have the $1 from last year, and if we get $11 again, we're good to go. We have another $1 to spend in the upcoming year for one-time projects. If revenues are exactly what we budgeted, so a decline from the growth trend that we usually see, we still have $11 of revenue. Are able to cover our ongoing expenses. That would be like our personnel costs and those basic things we need to keep our operations going. But we would probably need to cut some one-time expenses, and then we would be able to reevaluate the following year and rebalance things. So this is a lot of what happened to us during COVID with our sales tax. We had a low budget that we were able to meet, and we were prepared that if the revenues declined, that we would have that time to be able to react, because we've built this conservative budget. We watch our ongoing and one-time costs really carefully to make sure that even if there's fluctuation in our revenues, our ongoing costs are insulated from that to be able to keep our basic operations running and that service level to our city, excuse me, to our citizens really consistent. Okay, the next one, I'm just going to keep going, but if you've got any time, let me know. We do our zero-based budgeting. So every year, our budget analysts in our departments look through every line item of the budgets for a third of the organization. We do a third because it takes a little while to see patterns or trends, and this helps even out the workload for the analysts so that we don't need more staff. We're able to do it with the existing staff that we have. It's just more cost-effective that way. So we'll go through every line item of the individual budgets and reset it to what's needed to provide the authorized level of service. If anything has been purchased that wasn't authorized, that money is not included in the budget, and the department will have to put in a budget request to get money for that item. So it doesn't happen very often because we know there's not going to be money the next year to continue it. If custodial contracting increases in cost, we actually put in the increased cost, so it can go either way. But it just helps us reset the budget to exactly what we need, and it provides savings that instead of being pennies in the couch or pennies in all of the different department budgets, we pull that in together, and we're able to use that to help fund new requests that are needed for growth in the upcoming year. And you can see that over time, we've done about $9 million over the last several years. So it adds up to some real money that helps the taxpayers and helps keep Gilbert continually running lean in our budgets. The next one is we do Valley benchmarking and Gilbert benchmarking and other benchmarking opportunities. And this helps us see what other groups are doing. If they're doing something better than we are, we want to know why. We want to have that opportunity to investigate it. If we're doing better, we want to keep doing better and see how far we can stretch that gap. We want to make sure that we understand what's happening in the organizations around us and how we fit into that context. There are times that we choose that we want to do things differently because we're Gilbert, and we'll see that in there and it's a conscious decision, but we at least have that data to make the decision. The departments every September will put together their budget requests, and they have to submit data with their business case. Why do they need this additional resource or change in level of service? How will it help? How will the metrics be moved? And they put that information into all of their different budget requests. We'll have several hundred budget requests across all of the organization. And they'll include that data. There's a place for them to attach the raw data so that as we're evaluating those requests, we have information to look at in seeing and understanding where that need is and why. Next, let's try again. There we go. Next, the budget analysts will take all of that information and they do just some quality review on that. They'll double check if there's any duplicates. Oh, two departments were working on the same issue and both of them submitted the budget request. So we can take one of them out, or if sometimes it's already in their base budget or somewhere else, we'll look at any of the opportunities. They'll look through, review, make sure the budget packages have the appropriate funding source, look for anything that might be missing. We have a vehicle, but we didn't add fuel. Just correcting any of those items so we have, again, even better data to look at. These are actual statistics from current process that we're going through. So a lot of changes and things happen at that level. And then we take this information after it's all cleaned up and ready, and hopefully the clicker will let me go to the next one. Thank you. And we go to the exec team process. So all of the department directors get together in a room. We go through each budget request and talk through which ones are of most importance to the town in helping with service levels and things. So these information like this retreat, when we all get to hear your thoughts and opinions, help inform what we know the priorities are, and we try and make sure that we're aligning with that and doing recommending funding for what's in the best interest of Gilbert and follows the strategic vision that you have laid out. These are actual stats from last year. We can't fund everything, but we work to fund what we can, and there is good business case for a lot of those things that we just have to wait for a future year. We find a different way to accomplish it. The next one, exec team will present a balanced recommended budget to Patrick and the ATMs, and they have an opportunity to be able to ask additional questions. They have a broader view of the organization and more contact with you and citizens, and so sometimes have some additional perspective to add to that process and being able to add or remove items and make some changes at that level. And then after we get that put together, then we will start to bring that information to you. So we're going to hop back over to the side, talking about the touch points that you as council have with the budget process. In early April, we'll set up one-on-one meetings with you and OMB team, and we'll be able to give you information. The packet of information that we have will include budget overview, any transparency items that you've mentioned you're interested in particular topics. We'll let you know about those topics. Property tax levy, zero-based results, new FTEs, capital outlay, which is a fancy way of saying rolling vehicles that we're planning to buy new or replace, and then the CIP information will get you all of that. This is not a public meeting. It is an opportunity for you to ask questions, get any of that information that you want so that you're prepared to have those public dialogue. We won't make changes to the budget based off of feedback here because we've got to have the majority of council to make the changes to the budget, but it's that good background information dialogue research time for you to get the information you need to be able to have that dialogue and recommend changes. The next one we have is the CIP stakeholders meeting. And this happens every year in late April. It is a public meeting. It's an opportunity for all of our stakeholders to get together and questions or concerns or input on our CIP projects that we're planning for the upcoming year or that we have in our planning window, which is years 2 through 10. We have great partners that come. The chamber comes every year, gives us feedback, information, asks questions. Some of our development community comes. Council is welcome to come to this meeting. It is noticed as a public and open meeting. You are not required to attend this meeting. So every year there's a mix of some council and some not, no requirement, but know that you are welcome to come if you would like to learn some more information or have feedback here. The next one we have is a study session. This is the first opportunity for you as a council to get together in a public forum and be able to provide feedback. This is the best opportunity if you have changes that you're interested in making in budget or areas of concern or areas of that you are really pleased about and want to make sure that stay and move forward. This is your opportunity to have that public dialogue and to give direction as a council to town staff to be able to take advantage of that feedback and make changes accordingly. It is a public meeting and it is planned for April 20th this year. So mark that on your calendars, will be good. Then we go from there to preliminary adoption. So we'll take all of the feedback that we've received and we'll put the documents together for the council packet at the preliminary adoption council meeting. This is a public meeting. It has a public hearing at it. So citizens are also welcome to provide feedback and give information to council. And it's that opportunity to discuss any final changes that you want in the documents before final adoption. It is also where we adopt the maximum expenditure limit for the town budget. So whatever number we adopt at this meeting, the town cannot spend even a penny more during the upcoming year. Final budget could be lower. It can never be higher than what we adopt at this. Probably this is the more important of the two meetings, although final adoption is also important to get everything wrapped up. So that's preliminary adoption meeting. From there, we go to council or final adoption. This is usually the first meeting in June every year. We're planning June 1st this year. We do try and adopt it in the month of June because July, we have no council meetings and we need to get the budget adopted. So that's why we target here. Again, it is a public meeting and a public hearing where citizens can provide feedback, and council can also make changes, but if changes are made here, they have to be made from the dais because there's not an opportunity to take the documents, have staff clean them up and make the changes and then bring them back. So it is possible to do it here. It is very best if you have changes that you give it to this information at study session or prelim adoption so we can get the changes incorporated into the documents we bring you and have those ready for you for that final adoption. But we can, if needed, make the changes there at the dais. And that is our budget process and the major touch points that we have. What questions or feedback do you have for us?
And Chris is a bundle of energy. If you haven't had an opportunity to work with him yet, he's great. Great addition to the team.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, hi Kyle, good morning.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, this is a little different. I've made presentations, but not quite like this before. So.
Very loud. Oh, Eric's turning you down a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, this is the Transportation Master Plan overview. And as you did mention, Chris Bridges is here with me. He has been a valuable asset to the team, and we brought him on as the Transportation Planning Manager not too long ago. And I'd like to ask Chris just to introduce himself a little bit. I don't know if he's met all of you.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor, Council. I've had a chance to meet some of you, not all of you. Thank you, Mayor, for the flattering bundle of energy remark. I've been here all of 2 months now, so I've definitely got everything figured out. Kyle's really led me down the good path, and I have to say that everybody in the town has been so supportive, and I'm very appreciative to be here. So I'm very excited that we're working on this master plan. So turn it back over to Kyle.
Thanks, Chris. Next slide, please, Nikki. So today we'll give you just a presentation on the Transportation Master Plan, a little bit of an overview. And our ask is really just if you have any feedback. This is a project that's going to go into next November. And we just thought we'd give you a great overview this morning and see if you had any thoughts. Next slide, Nikki. So the Transportation Master Plan kicked off in June of 2020 and is anticipated, as I mentioned, to wrap up in November of this year. This effort is not just an update to the 2014 plan, but will incorporate additional transportation-related topics in order for us to have a much more robust plan for the future. And we'll touch on that in just a little bit. Next slide, please. So at the highest level, the Gilbert Transportation Master Plan will create a transportation vision for moving people around Gilbert. So how do we go about doing this? Next slide, please. The plan will help us understand where the current and future gaps are within our transportation system. This is not only cars, but bikes, trails, pedestrians, micromobility. The plan also allows us to create a transportation system that is viable, equitable for the traveling public, and connected not only within Gilbert, but to the region as a whole. There are several deliverables along the way in our process. However, at the end, Gilbert will have an action plan to guide our transportation efforts, helping us become the city of the future. And we know that we need to make a very close tie between the plan and the city of the future as we move forward. The Transportation Master Plan will be finished after the streets bond goes to the voters. However, there is ongoing close coordination between the bond effort and the master plan to ensure consistency with the projects and the priorities. This Transportation Master Plan is just not Chris and I and Nathan and the consultants, but all of Public Works is involved, economic development, PD. It is truly a town effort to move this master plan forward. Next slide, please. The process of completing the master plan is utilizing 7 different tasks that overlap and build upon each other. As I mentioned, we kicked off in June of 2020. We then go into Gilbert yesterday and today, and that is a collection of existing conditions, really so that we know where we are starting from. Then we go into vision and goals. We know where we're starting from, so now where do we want to be? Gilbert tomorrow. So what are our needs going to be in the future? This is where we begin to do modeling and take a further look at how do we get to our goals and accomplish our vision. Connected network design. So how do we put it all together? If we know where we're going and where we want to be, how do we put it all together and make it a cohesive process? Priority projects identification. The master plan will include the projects that are located within the bond package. And as we go through this, we may uncover some additional projects as part of the assessments. And that's why it's important that we have that close collaboration now and we make decisions and put in place items so that if there are any other projects that we're ready for those. As I mentioned, we're working very closely, so I'd be surprised if too many things came out, but it is good to have those discussions now. And then we'll have a draft and final plan and a presentation in November of 2021. Next slide, please. Every good project's got to have a Gantt chart associated with it. So this is the project schedule that's laid out utilizing the 7 tasks. It just gives you kind of a good idea of how everything overlaps and along the efforts and the deliverables along the way. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to dive just a little bit deeper into pieces of the master plan. Through the 7 tasks, the master plan will focus on different transportation modes. Public outreach is also an important element of the plan, and I'll touch on that at the end. We've assembled an advisory and focus groups, the members to assist us in the creation of the plan. The first meetings were on January 27th and 28th and involved a great spectrum of participants, including Gilbert's vice mayor, Gilbert council members, town staff, leaders of local businesses, organizations, school districts, and all the different regional partners, airports, ADOTs, MAG, all of those folks that we work with closely on a continual basis. There were also 2 members of the Citizens Transportation Task Force that sit on the focus groups. The next few slides are actually from the first meetings and will provide a glimpse into the data collection and progress being made at this point. The intent of the slides is to provide an overview, not really to dive into all of the data, but just sort of let you know how we're moving forward and some of the things that have been collected. Next slide, please. Our streets today. So this is an example of the analysis of existing conditions that help us better identify where improvements are needed. This analysis builds on and pairs well with the work that has been done in preparation for the streets bond. Again, we're striving for the consistency between the 2 efforts. The question always comes up, what are we doing with the data and what data are we looking at, because things are completely different in this world. So we have been using or starting off with traffic data for level of service and congestion from 2019 in order to normalize the data. So we don't want to take COVID numbers necessarily, but we want to have a good kind of baseline idea moving forward. Next slide, please. Pedestrian movement is very important in Gilbert. The network needs to be accessible for all of the traveling public, regardless of abilities. The Shade and Streetscape Master Plan that just kicked off will also help us identify areas and tools for providing shade along these routes to make it more comfortable, to promote walking, and to make those connections. Next slide, please. Gilbert is currently partnering with Valley Metro on a transit plan that will be incorporated within the Transportation Master Plan. Valley Metro holds these plans, or will do these plans for their member cities at request. So we're not paying for it, but we're working very closely with them. to complete this. Valley Metro is also working very closely with our team, including our consultants, to ensure that all the background data is consistent and that the public outreach is coordinated. We definitely don't want Valley Metro using different census numbers or socio-demographic numbers than what our consultants are using. So it's really been kind of an interesting process where we have Valley Metro as a consultant and Kittleson as a consultant, and we've brought everybody together with town staff so that we're starting from the same place and moving forward in a very coordinated manner. Next slide, please. The plan is also building on the previous bike plan and will provide a more in-depth look at the system and needed improvements. This not only includes on-street facilities, but the potential for separated bike lanes and of course the trails, which we want to provide a little bit more information on now. I think that's another great thing about this transportation master plan is we're looking at all modes, and we've brought in all the different departments that are impacted by this. So having the Parks and Rec team as part of this has been great as well, and seeing the coordination between parks and public works and transportation planning and land use plan and economic development, it's really a neat process to be a part of. So next slide, please. So to dig just a little bit deeper into trails, in September of 2020, Y2K Engineering, as part of project PR 1310, completed a safety improvements for trail crossings report. The purpose of the project was to provide multimodal safety within the town by conducting a systematic review of existing and planned trail crossings. A total of 46 trail crossings were evaluated. Safety recommendations were prepared for signalized locations, and for uncontrolled or not signalized crossings, a prioritization method was developed. The study prioritized the top 10 locations. 7 of the projects that required capital improvements were added to the FY 2020 CIP update and the bond package. The other three included were Greenfield Road Power Line Trail Crossing design, the Val Vista at the Eastern Canal Bridge crossing, which is to begin construction soon, and the Gilbert and Warner project, which scheduled for FY 23 and is contained within the bond package. The remaining 36 crossings identified will be done as part of either trail projects in the future or through ST 2102, which is a safe route enhancements project that's identified in the bonds. Next slide, please. The master plan will continue to build upon previous efforts in order to identify gaps and safety concerns, as well as provide a toolbox for the construction of new crossings and trails within the town. As the inventory is being analyzed, it's very interesting to see that some of the trails are located on town-owned property, some are located on easements, some are located on SRP or flood control property, and some are even located on private property with no legal access. So connecting the trails will take effort in order to coordinate all of these different interests. As part of the plan, we're gearing up for next steps. Understanding the costs and potential revenue sources will be important for us. As you can see from the chart on the right, taken from the MAG Active Transportation Plan, an assumed or ballpark cost figure is provided for different trail types. These numbers will guide us as we prepare for discussions on the streets bond, Prop 400 extension, and potential future bond requests. Trails also connect Gilbert to the region. We've always talked about how Gilbert is not an island and we have excellent regional partners. Discussions have already occurred with the flood control district regarding connections along the floodway throughout eastern Gilbert, connecting the new parks. As the master plan continues, additional follow-up and review of the trail system will be provided to advisory and focus groups as well. I do want to back up and mention just a bit that there was a presentation by Chris and the consultants the other day to the Parks and Recreation Board. So again, trying to reach out to everybody, update the status and let them know where we're going. Next slide, please. And let's not forget about our little scooter friends and the shared bikes that seem to pop up. The plan will take a look at best practices for setting us up for success with not only scooters and bikes, but also keeping an eye on emerging technologies so we can be ahead of the curve and not reactive when new concepts emerge. Nathan met with Bird this week to look at the data and discuss the future of the pilot program. So we'll be bringing that back to council in the next few months for from some direction and recommendations on where to go with the pilot program. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, public outreach is a very important part of the plan as well. Just coming off of the successful adoption of the general plan, we know how important it is to have the public weigh in on anything and everything we do. We do have the advisory and focus groups made up of citizens, businesses, and parties interested or involved with transportation in Gilbert. These groups will provide valuable information as the plan continues. Thanks to our great digital team, our project webpage is posted to the digital newsroom and community calendar now, and a full launch and outreach will occur next Tuesday on the media channels and through email. This is where they've been a great help. I had no idea you don't want to launch anything before a holiday weekend, as people start to go out of town and maybe not check emails necessarily. So waiting until Tuesday after the holiday when everybody's back and in full motion, we'll get a better bang for our buck. So they've been an absolute great partner through this entire process. The web page that will go out will help us gather information. It helps us push information, and it keeps people connected with the effort. As we've done in the past, there will be several community outreach events planned, both digital and in person if appropriate. During the general plan, we're able to capitalize on a lot of the park openings. We'll have to look for similar types of events that we can partner with and still remain safe. But we will do that during the course of the project in order to get as much information out and back as we possibly can. Next slide, please. This is just another reminder of the timeline for completion. It's not quite the Gantt chart, but puts it in a little bit more readable form. Again, we're supposed to wrap up toward November with the master plan, and that's when we'll be bringing the final draft forward. So with that, next slide, please. That is all that Chris and I had to present this morning. We're happy to take any feedback or direction or try to answer any questions that may have come up. Next slide, please. And there's our thank you slide.
I am here to share with you an update on our Transportation Infrastructure Bond Initiative for 2021. And I'm going to be doing double duty, clicking here and clicking on my computer for my notes. So does that work? Okay. So I just wanted to kind of refresh everybody's memory on the spring retreat in April 2020. Our Citizens Transportation Task Force recommendation was that the Gilbert Town Council approved calling for a transportation general bond election in the amount of $465 million for the purpose of transportation projects that provide safety, congestion management, reconstruction, multimodal enhancements, transportation technology enhancements, and redevelopment plan implementation improvements, and that said transportation general obligation bond election occur on November 2nd, 2021, 1 year from the original expectation. As was previously mentioned, we originally had intended to send this to the ballot. Actually, in 2018 was the original request, and as a result of some other interests and really a need to do a deeper dive into what the long-term of the community were going to be from a transportation standpoint, made the recommendation, and council then gave us the direction to bring it back for consideration in 2020. And then with the pandemic and subsequent uncertain economic conditions, it was decided to wait until 2021, which is where we are here today. So I'll kind of go over a little bit more why we are here, where we've been, what we've been working on the past year. We didn't disappear and just come back with the same information to share again. Oops, I went the wrong way. Some additional touch points and interactions with our task force, the economic impacts analysis, the bond package, and then a financial summary of what this bond means for our residents. So ultimately, why we are here is because it is our responsibility as stewards of the community to maintain Gilbert's long-term sustainability and the quality of life of its citizens. And transportation and efficient and safe transportation in all modes is a key component to that quality of life. And what we hear from our residents is that public transportation, traffic flow, ease of travel, street repair are all challenge points for us. The National Citizen Survey from 2019, specifically public transportation and traffic flow scored amongst the lowest of all of the different components that were evaluated in the survey. Not only that, but between 2015 and 2019, that overall ease of travel, street repairs, and traffic flow, the sort of overall approval rating of those different components has declined. We also get a lot of social media feedback from residents related to traffic, connectivity. Traffic sucks is my favorite one. Depending on the day, sometimes it can. And then specific projects, like when are we going to get the bridge over the park? And, you know, when are you going to improve this street? Some of those are like Val Vista Road are underway right now using our current transportation bond funds, and others are things that we have planned as part of this transportation ballot initiative. Also recently, I know that HOA president from Val Vista Lakes Homeowners Association reached out to staff members and to council as well, advocating support for this ballot because the reconstruction of all of the Val Vista Lake subdivision is part of this bond package. So even, you know, just as recently as a couple weeks ago, we've seen that. We've also seen a huge change in congestion in the town over time. We've grown considerably, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But between 2010 and 2019, you can see AM, PM, peak, basically congestion travel times. Green is good, red is bad. As we've grown, we've gotten considerably more congested, and those are the types of things that we'd be looking to address. And the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. And just for a little bit of levity, you know, the traffic is important to people when they actually have their own custom bumper stickers made for their car. So this one says Town of Gilbert or right-hand turn lanes, please. And you know that it's very, sorry, this is, there's almost nothing more frustrating than sitting at a light and wanting to turn right and the person in front of you is stopping and waiting at a red light. So the other thing that we're looking at is our City of the Future initiative. We have our 3 pillars. We have strong economy, prosperous community, and our exceptional built environment. And obviously transportation and infrastructure is tied to the exceptional built environment, but it's really one of those key components of a strong economy and prosperous community by being able to allow people to travel safely and efficiently through our community and into our community from outside as well. We also have our 311 system. And since the 311 system came into play, we've had almost 1,700 requests related to anything from signal timing to street repairs to trip hazards, you know, just anything traffic and transportation related. And one thing that's kind of interesting, I didn't put it up here, but in the center here, this used to be totally empty. And then since the park opened, we now are getting requests from inside the park as well, traffic related, like the bridge or safety crossings going into and out of the park. So starting to fill in those holes. There's no area of town that has not been affected or impacted or had traffic related requests coming through our 311 system. And why is this happening? Well, huge amount of population growth. Our last ballot initiative in 2007, since then to this date, we've seen a 44% increase in our population. And by 2030, which is a little bit beyond the total planning window for this current bond request, will be approximately a 63% increase in our population. And it's something that we need to continue to plan for and address so that we don't add to the problem of the congestion and challenges that we have across the town. And why a bond initiative is important is from a local transportation funding standpoint, all of our benchmark cities have dedicated transportation taxes specific to transportation related projects. Peoria, Glendale, Scottsdale actually has 2 different taxes, one that was just approved also in 2018. And then Tempe, Mesa, I guess Chandler doesn't. But they all have transportation taxes that are dedicated that generate hundreds of millions of dollars a year over the life of the tax. In addition, all of these cities have had transportation ballot initiatives and bonds passed in the past 10 years to supplement these transportation taxes. And as was mentioned, Mesa and Tempe just in the ballot in 2020 had successful transportation bond initiatives. And nationally, transportation is also continues to be a priority. On the ballot in 2020, 18 different states had ballot initiatives worth about $14 billion that passed. And it was 94% of all the transportation questions on that ballot passed, which is the highest percentage that the American Road and Transportation Builders Association that compiled all this information was the highest percentage of passing that they had seen on transportation ballot related questions. And that's anywhere from California to Ohio, here locally, obviously in Arizona, Texas, like countrywide. And locally, we have relied heavily on transportation ballots and bonds to finance our transportation growth. Since 2001, there have been 4 different transportation ballot initiatives with at the time, value of about $362 million. Present value of those bond initiatives is about $490 million, and all of them successfully passed. And during that time, since those ballot initiatives had passed, we've grown considerably. We've added 310 centerline miles to our roads, most of which we did not pay to install, but now have to pay to maintain and eventually replace. We've added about 80,000 to our population, about 40% growth. And then again, we bonded for $250 million in streets, which is equivalent value of about $490 million in total capital investment. And we've done this all over town. So, Northwest Corridor, growth areas in the South, we talk about flexibility of the projects and that we have needs identified right now. But one of the examples I like to give is in 2007, when the last bond ballot was passed, the Lindsay TI was not a project. It was not a glimmer. Maybe it was a glimmer in somebody's eye, but it wasn't anything that we were even contemplating at the time. But we're currently using those 2007 dollars to partially pay for that interchange, which is a huge benefit to the community. And so the adaptability of the funds, as we've mentioned, we've identified the needs. We have the needs right now, but as that transportation master plan is finalized, or as we get, different maybe direction from council, like we want to focus on a different area or a different type of improvement, we have the ability to do that. But the needs are there, and they're only going to get larger as time goes on. To kind of highlight that, currently in our CIP, our streets project, we have 34 projects for about $121 million. And then this just kind of identifies the different funding sources. You can see MAG is a huge component of that, which we know Prop 400 is going to be sunsetting, and we are using all of the money that we have currently kind of assigned to the town on our current projects. And then we have our 2007 GO bonds. We have some roads, SDFs, enterprise funds are just kind of like ancillary water line improvements that are being done with roadway improvements and things like that. But if you remove those GO bonds and the MAG funds, we have almost no funding available for road-related projects. And moving forward, the bond package projects, because we don't have the MAG, and we really don't know what that's going to be. We can't rely on any type of funding coming forward from that. We are currently working actively in that process with MAG, but we can't rely on that funding source going forward. 82% of the project costs will be paid by bonds. So without this bond happening now, sooner rather than later, we're only going to be growing that gap of even new projects and continue to try to stay ahead of the growth, which we already know we're behind because we already know that we have congestion problems that we need to address right now. So kind of the path we've taken so far, as Patrick mentioned in February 2018 at the Spring Finance Retreat, the staff came to council with the need for a transportation ballot. We also recognized that we had some additional research we needed to do. Many of the studies that we were working on were several years old. And so, and with some other interests at that time, the decision was made to delay to a 2020 ballot. And so over the last several years, we've done dozens of studies and plans and prioritized and identified projects as part of that we would propose to include in this package. and including the formation of the Citizens Transportation Task Force in December of 2019, where we solicited feedback from the community on what their biggest challenges across the town and then specific to their individual areas are, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute here. And so in April 2020, we brought the recommendation to council that the bond be delayed to 2021. And over the past year, we have continued to update studies and further refine the scopes and better define some of the projects that were included in that original request so that we had the most So some of those projects that we've been working on over the past year include our safety improvements for trail crossings that was mentioned. Kyle mentioned that when he was talking about the transportation master plan, prioritizing all of our uncontrolled trail crossings. We have our school safety and congestion improvement study that was previously brought to council, and it was requested that we bring it back at a later time once schools attendance had kind of stabilized. We would like to bring that sooner rather than later. I believe all of the schools are now back in session full time. So ideally, we would like to maybe be able to execute that and get that study going after spring break when the school patterns are stabilized again. We completed a project assessment for the various roadway improvements. This is related to the annexed streets. So in the fall of 2019, we brought to council that there were hundreds of millions of dollars of need if the annexation policy that was in place was overturned, I'll say. Basically, any areas of town that were annexed after 2006, we took the roads in as is condition, we maintained them as is condition, but we would not improve them. If the residents wanted them improved, they would have to do that themselves. But we did have several neighborhoods that annexed prior to that in like the 80s and 90s that we do believe that we had a responsibility to make those improvements to those roadways. So over the last year, we evaluated all of those, did some preliminary design and further refined those costs. We're obviously working on our transportation master plan right now, and from the initial stakeholder meetings that I also attended, there's a lot of overlap, and I'll talk about it in the task force a little bit more, but a lot of the things that they're talking about in terms of priorities and interests and needs in the community are things that we feel that we have covered in the our strategic build out plan, which all of the fiber optic lines in all of the arterials across the town, as well as connecting all town facilities to that fiber optic network. And then we did some additional studies in the redevelopment area. We did a 30% design on our Vaughan ventilator, and we're able to update costs associated with that, as well as parking in the Heritage District, and are currently underway with the Heritage District stormwater plan, because you can't talk about transportation and streets without talking about how to take the stormwater off those streets. So to the Citizens Transportation Task Force, as most of the council knows, in December of 2019, the council created a Citizen Transportation Task Force, and that was made up of citizens from the community from 9 different quadrants that were asked to participate and provide their feedback on what the transportation challenges were in the town and what they saw as the needs, not only townwide, but also in their particular areas of the community. And I would like to thank all of we do have some of them online right now. I'm not sure how many of them participated, but there's 3. Okay. So just to acknowledge our chair, James Wright, and then our existing members, Alex Cardona, Damon Andrews, Michael Watkins, Lawrence Passage, and Rochelle Ramirez. And then we do have 3 new members that were appointed in January, which are Darren Roberge, Steve Maston, and Jeff Hamilton. And we just really appreciate the experience that they bring to the committee and the feedback that they've given us and the time that they've spent providing that feedback and input to us. We went through a pretty robust education process with them to kind of give them an understanding of the town budget process and how it works, our CIP process and how projects become projects, how we fund our current transportation needs, how we fund our current street maintenance process. And then we asked them for their feedback. We asked them, what are the things that you see as the biggest challenges or the priorities in the town from a town-wide standpoint, and then also from an individual kind of community zone or quadrant standpoint is what we call them. So the kind of the themes from the town-wide perspective was keeping up with growth and congestion, particularly when it comes to the Heritage District and like multifamily development. We talked about adapting to the changing face of transportation and transportation-related technologies. They talked a lot about multimodal connectivity and safety trail crossings, and just those safe routes type of projects. And then also making sure that alternative transportation sources such as transit were covered. And transit is more of an operational cost. It's not something that we specifically include in the bond, but the town is participating right now in a Valley Metro transit planning process. But we do have some transit related projects covered in here as well. So some of the gaps actually that the task force brought up as interests for them that are not covered in this bond package, just kind of food for thought. Gateway Airport multimodal enhancements, so connectivity to the Gateway Airport and also the ASU Polytech campus. Automated enforcement technologies, grade separated rail crossings. That's one of the things we've actually included in some of the submittals we're proposing to MAG, but it's not something that's part of this bond package. And then in general, our trail network as a multimodal connectivity option, and that's something that we're exploring as part of the transportation master plan. But the trail improvements themselves are not something that was originally considered as part of this project. What we call enhancements are things that people brought up as concerns that we feel we could address with some of the existing projects that we had proposed, such as rail crossings at schools. So we have the safe routes or the school safety project that we're talking about. And if there's rail crossing situations associated with those, we feel we could look to incorporate some of those improvements that way. Commuter rail connections, and then Heritage District pedestrian multimodal and connectivity type projects. So some of the feedback that we got from the task force was, not to toot our own horn, but no, they really thought that we did a great job in researching and gathering relevant data for the needs of the community, as well as developing the solutions to address those needs. And that they felt that it was a very comprehensive package that we're addressing the needs identified by the task force, both from a townwide perspective as well as some of the other key things they talked about were the Ocotillo Bridge, congestion around the Santan Mall, and things like that. Some of the things that they thought were very important in terms of the messaging, which will be critical for us if this were to move forward. Obviously, the town staff cannot advocate for the package, but we can educate. However, the council and the community can advocate. And so they feel it's very important to focus on the importance of safety related to multimodal travel, congestion and getting traffic moving freely, and really to address the changing face of transportation as it relates to technology and then alternative transportation methods. They also wanted to talk that, the growth support, the transportation see from improving the transportation supports the need. And we'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about the economic impacts. And its idea is this is impacting people for generations. We're looking to the future of the town and setting us up to be able to continue to grow and prosper and provide for safe and efficient travel through our community in all different modes. Definitely the needs are based on data. We've got dozens of studies and probably of support for the projects that are identified here as the current needs and priorities of the community. They were really, really impressed with the level of engagement that the task force and the input that we were soliciting from them, and that they felt that the experience that they had with the task force and in that engagement with the staff really helped to build the trust in the community. They felt that that was really important, that we were getting the feedback from, thank you, Nikki. We were soliciting their feedback, and that and really listening to them and what their needs were.
Hey, Jessica, I think we've got our 3 task members that would maybe like to introduce themselves and say hello to the council real quick and give you a quick water break in the meantime.
Thank you. Yes.
I take it that's my cue. My name's Jim Wright. I was honored to be the chairman of the Citizens Transportation Task Force. Just a little background on myself. I've been a Gilbert resident, my wife and I, for over 32 years. I'm a former member of the Gilbert Planning and Zoning Commission. Many years ago, when Scott Anderson was actually the planning director for the town. Professionally, I retired as the operations director for Valley Metro. I'd like to thank Scott Anderson and Young for their leadership, Patrick and Leah, Jessica, Susanna, and Jen for their support as we went through this process. You have a fantastic staff, and it's been great to work with them. Jeff and Steve are also with us today. I'll turn it over to them so they can introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Steve Maston. I am also a longtime resident, over 20 years here in Gilbert, and brand new to the task force, representing Quadrant 6. So this past month has been a lot of reading up and catching up to do, but it's been exciting to see what's already been done, and I'm looking forward to really helping out the growth of the town that I live in and I have a family I'm raising in.
Jeff, do you want to introduce yourself, please? Jeff, can you please introduce yourself? We're not able to hear you inside the room.
So we can't hear Jeff, but I will say, and Councilmember Anderson and Vice Mayor Kaprowski, I think you would attest to this wholeheartedly. The caliber of the membership of the Citizen Transportation Task Force was outstanding, and they were very engaged. Their contributions were incredibly insightful and valuable. Our newest members jumped in head first and waded through a tremendous amount of material, really took the time to research and understand, and then make thoughtful contributions to this process. So we are very thankful for the task force.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you, James and Steve, for introducing yourselves. And we'll be bringing James back at the end to provide an updated task force recommendation based on the work that they've been doing over the last month on updating and providing additional information. So So what you saw in April of 2020 was a total bond package of $465 million that addressed a variety of safety and congestion, reconstruction, multimodal transportation technology, and redevelopment related projects. What that included was all the critical projects we've identified so far, as I mentioned, through a variety of different studies that have been done over the last 2 to 3 years. One of the things it doesn't include is cost escalation related to construction costs, which is something that we need to be mindful of, again, as we make a decision on how and when to proceed. And so over the last year, as I mentioned, we completed a bunch of additional studies, and we have updated those numbers. So as of now, the bond package stands at $515 million. And I'll walk through what the changes, where those changes came from here in a little bit of detail. We did complete the safety improvements for trail crossings project that added some money to that. We completed a parking study that identified in the Heritage District that identified the need for a 1,000-car garage as opposed to a 600-car garage. So there was an increase in cost there. The Vaughn ventilator, we were able to complete to 30% design. So we saw an increase in cost there when we took into consideration the land acquisition that would be needed for that. and then a variety of fiber optic related projects that were added as well. We had 2 projects that were added to the package that were not previously included, including work on Lindsay Road from Queen Creek to Ocotillo. That was shifted. It was originally being paid for with 2007/2017 bonds. But as a result of delays in land acquisition, we decided to move it into the future package. And then we have a significant drainage channel restoration project down on Riggs Road that we added to this as well, to address some deficiencies and needs down there related to the drainage. We also had some reductions to offset some of those increases. We were allocated additional almost $18 million of Prop 400 rebalancing funds this year. And so we were able to put some additional money onto some projects that are currently in this package to maximize those MAG funds that are available to us. So overall, it resulted in a net change going from 465 to 515. And to kind of highlight a little bit on a few of the types of projects that would be incorporated into this package, we talk about safety and congestion. We talk about high crash intersections with failing levels of service, trail crossings, the school safety, particularly to highlight Ocotillo Bridge is a major project that's part of this type of category. And then the improvements at the trail crossings that came out of that prioritization study. And we talk about reconstructions, what we currently have planned, which based on the pavement condition index and reconstruction needs, these are likely to continue to be the priority is Guadalupe Road, reconstruction, Val Vista Lake subdivision, as well as those annex streets projects. We talk about multimodal investments. We talk about the safe routes, the protected bike lanes, the connectivity between the trails, and a lot of those projects can be further developed as the transportation master plan continues. But there are estimates in here based on the previous trails plan that identified what those corridors are and what types of projects would be requested. And transportation technology is the fiber optic network, as well as some additional traffic detection technology that will allow us to set ourselves up for the advancing types of transportation related to the autonomous vehicles and things like that. And then we also have the redevelopment, which is the parking garage, long ventilator, other connectivity related projects in the Heritage District, Ash Street realignment that will continue to support the economic development of that area. And speaking of economic development and economic impacts, as part of this analysis last year, we had an economic impact analysis done. This is something that our economic development department does when they talk about the economic benefits of certain businesses coming to the community. Well, we wanted to look at what the economic benefits of all of these transportation related improvements were to the town, to the community, both short and long term. So kind of the different objectives that they categorized their project into was mobility related to reduce congestion and travel times, access related to improve local business access, improve regional access and multimodal connectivity, and then those quality of life things, improving safety, reconstruction and maintenance of existing infrastructure, and again, providing multimodal opportunities for transportation, bike, ped, and transit. And so they looked at 3 different things. They looked at short-term construction impacts of the proposed package and the money that would be spent, the long-term value of people's time and reduced delays at intersections, and then looked at 2 case studies for specific projects and the economic benefits of the development that those projects would support. And what they found was that for every $1 million we spend on transportation infrastructure, it would support 9 jobs and $485,000 in labor income during construction. So this is huge for, when you talk about the economic impact and the short-term benefits of creating jobs in a time where, there are definitely still people struggling and looking for that opportunity. And when they looked at the long-term impacts, they looked at the creation of efficient transportation networks, again, the value of the time saved and delays. They looked at benefits to residents and enhancing quality of life for those residents, and then the benefits to businesses, allowing them access to larger network of workers and customers, and the ability to move their inventory more efficiently by having those improved roadways. And so one of the things they looked at was we have 10 intersections that are currently proposed to be improved as part of this. And these are high crash and low service intersections. And it could be any 10 intersections. You know, if the development changes and the growth changes and the growth patterns change, and a different intersection becomes a higher priority, you know, it could easily be substituted in and consider the same level of improvement. And what they found was the completion of the 10 intersections that we currently have proposed would equate to 43,000 person hours per year of time saved from residents traveling these roadways, which then also equates to close to $300 million worth of actual people's time over that 10-year period that they evaluated. The other thing we looked at then was the case studies. The two specific areas we looked at were the Elliott and McQueen intersection, which is currently under development and is actively, you know, being developed, particularly on that southwest corner. And they looked at the impacts of the development within half a mile radius of the proposed project. And they looked at future land uses, job creation, and tax revenue associated with that. The other area we looked at was the Power Road corridor from Guadalupe to the Santan 202 freeway. And this is a shared partner project with Mesa, because obviously Power Road is a border. So the west side is ours, the east side is Mesa. And what they found in this particular area, the analyst that presented at the spring retreat said, you know, where McQueen and Elliott is being developed and it will continue to be developed, and the improvements there are needed more just to mitigate the congestion that will be created by the development of that's ongoing. Power Road, he believed, likely would not develop to the level that it could if these improvements were not completed, because it just can't support that type of traffic. So that was an important kind of defining line for as part of their analysis, what they were looking at. And in this particular area, they looked at the development that it would generate about 5.5 million square foot of either multifamily, retail, light industrial development, and about 2,000 housing units, and support up to 12,000 jobs. So the overall economic impact of those two case studies and the development that would come to those areas as a result of these improvements was close to $11 million a year in annual tax revenue to Gilbert. So overall, the summary of their findings was that during the construction of these improvements, of everything in the bond, it would create over 3,500 jobs. The improvement of those 10 intersections would save 43,000 person hours a year in time, and which is close to $40 million a year in just people's time, you know, the value of your own time. How much is your time worth when you're sitting in traffic versus being with your family or getting to work on time? And the development potential, you know, again, over 6.5 million square feet of variety of different industries, 13,000 jobs, and $11 million in annual taxes. And again, every $1 million we spend on transportation generates 9 jobs and $485,000 worth of income during construction. So when we looked at the financial impacts of the bond package, historically, the town's property tax rate has declined over time. Back in 2011, it was $1.15 per $1,000 of assessed value of your home. And since then, it has come down to 99 cents where it is right now, and it's been for the last few years. And what Kelly and her magic just got the updated assessed value numbers from the county yesterday at like 4 o'clock and was able to update our projections. And that this $515 million bond question stays within that 99-cent tax rate. And that was something that was really important when the task force was evaluating the bond package. And we can maybe hear a little bit more from James about that in just a moment. So what that means is for what it is today is 99 cents. So if your home is valued at $270,000 and you have a 99-cent tax rate, that's $267 a year in taxes. And you can see from that number that the amount of money that comes to Gilbert from this secondary property tax as part of your overall tax bill is pretty small. There are a lot of other things on there that are contributing to the tax bill that you receive more than what our secondary property tax is. Now, if your home value increases to $300,000, your tax that you pay does go up because your home is valued at more, which is why I think there's always some confusion about, is it a tax increase, is it not? We're not increasing the rate, but yes, you pay more taxes if your home is worth more money. So, and so that is what it would continue to be should this bond question be approved by the voters, supported by council and then approved by the voters. And so where we go from here is basically, obviously right now we're updating you at the spring retreat. And then we have several months before the actual council official decision would be made, which would be at the June 15th council meeting. And that's the statutory timeline for the approval of that and sending it to the ballot. And then the ballot initiative would be in November of 2021. And at this time, I would like to ask James to jump back in and unmute himself and present to you the updated task force recommendation.
Thank you, Jessica. The task force has passed the following recommendation. We'd like the town council to adopt it at its June 15th meeting. That the town of Gilbert Town Council approved calling for a transportation general bond election in the amount of $515 million for the purpose of transportation projects that provide safety, congestion management, reconstruction, multimodal enhancements, transportation technology enhancements, and redevelopment plan implementation improvements. And that said transportation general obligation bond election occur on November 2nd, 2021. So after going through all the information that Jessica just presented, the task force, I think, believe that we've come up with what we consider a balanced capital program for the continuation of growth and to support the type of quality of life that the citizens of Gilbert have come to know and expect from the community. Other than that, I'd like to thank Scott and Young, Jessica, Susanna, Jen, and all your great staff for their support through this process. It's a lot of information, and they were fantastic at answering everything and giving all the support that the committee needed to come to this recommendation. Jessica.
Thank you, James. And just kind of anecdotally, I don't want to call him out for anything, but in the email, some of the email correspondence, there are several members of the task force that 100% would have even recommended a higher bond amount if it stayed within the 99-cent tax rate. That was something that was very important to them. If it stayed within the 99-cent tax rate, they were willing to add more because they know that the needs are there. They know that we have things not accounted for and that we have future needs identified in our CIP that have another future bond, 10 years out that will always be there. Our staff ask of council today is to support us bringing a transportation infrastructure ballot question to council to vote in June, which is the next statutory actual decision point and step that would be made for a vote to send a ballot to question the voters in November of 2021.
Thanks, Jessica. That was a lot. Then you get a raise. Just kidding.
We do. All right, this is a very important topic. As the mayor mentioned, this is the third year we presented it. COVID got in the way of this last year as well. We did the presentation last spring with the intent of going to a bond last year as well, but due to COVID, this along with traffic or transportation was pushed back. So I guess I am in charge. There we go. So when people think Gilbert, they think safety. We take great pride in that. We are a very safe community. But being a safe community, we are no different than any other community in the fact that we have domestic violence, we have sexual assaults, we have human trafficking in our community. So we are no different than anyone else, even with our safe record. Looking at our historical data for the last 6 years now, you can see as our population grows, and I apologize, you probably can't see the numbers up there, but the growing small line is the population. The large red column and the smaller column to the right are our domestic violence numbers. And then the smaller two categories, columns, are our sex crimes, both adult and child. So as you can see, population continues to grow. Our domestic violence and our sex crimes continue to grow with our population. Obviously, this chart demonstrates that domestic violence is a much more prevalent issue than our sex crimes. But when you look at the sex crimes data, you'll see that our children sex crimes, molest, and sexual abuse are actually higher than what our rates of incidence for adults are. So looking a little bit further, just in that same comparison with that data, sex crimes involving adults has risen 45.6% since 2015. Sex crimes against children have risen 48.6% and combined a 47.8% increase. For domestic violence involving children in that same time frame has risen 24.1%, adults 49.3%, and the combined numbers is 42.9%. So even though we've created a domestic violence unit, we've created additional programs, we're still continuing to see a problem. And so we need to look at the way we handle these. Our current process, we do have partnerships with Mesa Family Advocacy Center and the Chandler Advocacy Center. And we do utilize their locations. We also rely on the hospitals for examinations, for forensic examinations. And the issues we have right now, we have a lower participation rate, if you will, those that are wanting to go to either Mesa or to Chandler or to the hospital to get an examination. So roughly 25% of our cases actually go to those facilities. Other cases, the problem which this presents, when we do an investigation, we've got our interviews with our detectives, they've got interviews with the nurses that are doing the examinations, our victim advocates. They have to retell the story numerous times. And so we're trying to minimize the trauma that a victim has to go through in detailing what happened to them, gathering the evidence and getting them through the process. So as you can see, based on this map, these are the existing advocacy centers in the county, including the one just outside in Santan in Pinal County. You can see Mesa, PD, and Chandler are the ones that we use now. Tempe, Scottsdale, Phoenix, Glendale. There's a combined advocacy center on the west side. Maricopa just opened theirs up about 2 years ago. Chandler shortly thereafter, and then Pinal County and Santan Valley. So we have a large gap of service within Gilbert. So what an advocacy center does, it's all focused on the victim. We are looking to get the victims at the center of our cases, making sure we're focusing on them. And I'll get into each of these a little bit. But it's victim focused. We have a multidisciplinary team combined with law enforcement, child protection services, prosecutors, mental health, medical, and victim advocates. And we're all collaborating for the end goal of making sure this doesn't happen again, helping the traumatized victim, making sure that we get prosecution wherever possible. So some of the units that would be involved in our advocacy center, our family violence unit, our special victims unit, which focuses on the sex crimes, and our violent crimes unit, which everything from assault, aggravated assault, and homicide. These are just some of the investigations that they look into: sexual assault, sexual abuse, child abuse, and vulnerable adult abuse, and strangulation, and domestic violence. So that's just a sampling of the numerous cases that they review. So once again, the advocacy center, and more specifically, the victim is at the focus of what we're trying to do in our investigations and our aftercare. And that's a key component of the advocacy center. It's not just doing the initial report, doing the exam, and then sending it off. We want to make sure that there's that connection with the victim advocate to continue that care, make sure they have the resources. A lot of, especially in domestic violence situations, we've got to make sure they have the resources so this doesn't happen again. Whether they're staying in the household or whether they're getting out, we want to make sure they have the resources, and the offender has the resources through the courts as well to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So all of that multidisciplinary team is focused on the victim within the advocacy center. So these are just some of the advocacy center benefits. If you've ever seen one, 2 years ago, I showed a bunch of pictures about what it looks like. And really, we try to make it look like a home, a comfortable home environment in which a victim, whether an adult or a child, feels safe to talk to investigators, feels safe to talk to the nurse practitioners, make sure that they feel comfortable in telling their story, and to the intent of reducing that traumatization. So as I have up here, I won't read them all, but reduce trauma to the victim, the forensic interviews and medical interviews are same location, improve that communication between everyone that's involved. This one is a big key, and I'll get into it here in a second. It'll reduce travel time, not only for the victim, but for the family as well as the detectives, which saves us time and money. Going on to the need. So we've talked a little bit about it, and you're going to hear a little bit more about our community needs assessment. Back in 2019, the community did a community needs assessment. And part of that was that they wanted the feeling of safety and the sense of support for individuals and families in crisis. Specifically, two of the needs assessment, the recommendation one was to create a Gilbert Advocacy Center within the community to meet all of these needs. I won't read all that to you, but it is in the assessment along with the next point, recommendation 3, which is not only the advocacy center, but also the education, prevention, and aftercare for domestic violence, sexual assault, abuse, and human trafficking. So not only is it a need for us, but the community has reached out to us and through that survey recommending that this is the direction we should go as a town. So some of the research, I'll go through this real quick, but what I want to emphasize is some of the numbers. So that slide is somewhat busy. I'll walk you through it. Of all crime that's reported, so this was a survey from 2000 to 2009. Out of all violent crime, which is rape, sexual abuse, robbery, and aggravated assault for the purpose of this study, only 58% of crime was reported. Out of that 58%, only 9% of those that reported the crime actually received assistance from a victim service agency. So go to the next slide. This is representing each step of the criminal justice process, from when the police are notified of the incident, the report's taken, hopefully an arrest is made, and then adjudication of criminal charges. So when victims receive victim services, they were 5 times more likely to go through that entire process, from making the initial report to a conviction. Compared to those who did not have victim services, which only 4%. So 24% made it through the system going with the victim services, compared to only 4% that made it through the system without the victim advocacy services. So another study, this was a satisfaction survey from 2019 from the National Child Alliance. Overwhelmingly, the respondents stated at the 97 and higher percent, they felt that the caregivers and those involved in the advocacy center provided them a healing environment. They felt they received justice through the system, and they trusted everyone that was involved in the system. So this was a cost benefit analysis. This is getting more into the time and money that I spoke about. In this research, everything was focused on the victim advocacy, which improved victim services, it improved the detective efficiency, and it increased the capacity for them to do additional workload. With that additional capacity, they were able to save 50% of their time and work. And so it's not necessarily money saved, it's time saved. So now they could work 50% more cases that they could not get to before because they were backlogged on their cases. So once again, everything is focused on the victim. The multidisciplinary team gets briefed, they work on the case together, they collect the evidence, do the interviews, provide victim advocacy services as well as the forensic exam, and then move on with the criminal justice process. So bringing to the conclusion, as we mentioned last year, oh, my words are off. So the advocacy center in the blue box, apologize for that. The town of Gilbert property right next door to the public safety building now is the location that we deemed last year. We brought on a consultant. We looked at several factors of building, repurposing, buying land, or using existing land. This is the most cost-effective process to follow. We are in the process now of selecting our architect and engineering firm. We will have them selected at the end of the month, and we will start working on fine-tuning this number that you see here. So our ask of you is to include funding for the Gilbert Advocacy Center in the 2021 bond election. We are at 16.8 million for the projected total cost. As I mentioned, the architect and engineering, we feel confident in that number, but we will use the next few months to fine tune that. And before you have to make the final decision on the bond language, we will come back to you with the updates from the architect and engineers. I will breeze through that real quick. Any questions?
I can. Nikki, do you want to move the?
The Nikki McCarty screen.
Got it. Okay, if we're going to talk about ASRS and PSPRS and
Look at how excited she gets, by the way. See her?
this is good news. This is good stuff. Okay, so these are retirement systems that we participate in with the town and employees, and we have several different systems depending on the types of employees. So this is just a quick recap on some backgrounds of the different systems we work with. The top one listed is ASRS, which is the Arizona State Retirement System. That's most of our civilian employees. So anyone who's not sworn and not elected pretty much falls into that group for the most part. That system is pooled. That means that all of the jurisdictions in the state who have civilian employees, all of the money goes into the same pot and they pay the benefits for all of those employees out of that same pot of money. They don't keep track of which employer or which entity sent in X amount of money. It's all together in one lump sum. That system is funded at 71%. They are aware that that's a little bit low. They have been increasing the contribution rate, the required rate that we pay for those employees, by about 0.1% a year for the last couple of years. So they are actively working on improving the funded status in that area slowly over time. Because it is a pooled system, we as Gilbert cannot send them extra money and have it impact, well, it would impact the funded status, but it wouldn't, we would have to send a whole lot of money, and it wouldn't be just for Gilbert, it would affect the funded status for everyone. So that's not really an option of something that we can do. We will just continue to pay the rate that they require, and they are working on getting a little bit higher funded status over time. The next one is EORP, which is elected officials. It is also pooled. It has a really abysmal funding rate at around 30%. They are aware of a problem. They went to the state statute and changed some things over the last couple of years and increased the contribution rate to over 60%. So the 60% is new. Fortunately, it's a few number of employees with the town, so the dollar amount does not affect our total budget in a great amount. But that will to see some better funding over time, but it's going to be a pretty gross rate for a while. Next one, PSPRS, and we have it broken out into three groups. So there's tier 1 and tier 2 employees. Basically, they have a different benefit and it's closed now. So that is only for employees who were hired before July 1st, 2017. So only existing employees. All of the new employees go into that bottom row, which is tier 3. Tier 1 and 2 was broken out between police and fire. Those are not pooled. Those are individual. So it means that Gilbert pays into a pool that is designated only for Gilbert Fire and a pool that is only for Gilbert Police. And the funded status is ours and the unfunded liability is ours alone. So we can make extra contributions to those and it would improve the funded status. In 2016, we recognized that there was a problem with our funded status. And so we started to make extra payments to our tier 1 police and fire groups in PSPRS and have been improving the funding status there. So we're now, if you combine, we're about 85% funded in total, and our contribution rate that's required has been declining over time. One of our strategies is we've been sending the historic high rate, whatever the highest rate PSPRS has ever charged us, we just budget that amount and send them extra as one of the strategies that we've been doing to help become more funded. Tier 3 is a pooled system. So all of the jurisdictions across the state, police, fire, that have started after July 1, 2017, except for a couple of the large agencies, Mesa, Phoenix, Tucson, they are separate and not pooled, but all of the others are. So we can't make extra contributions there. It has a good funding status because it's brand new. So that's an overview of what's happening. I want to dive into PSPRS. because that is the area where we do have control over our liability, and we have been actively working to improve that. So the question that we're going to be asking is, should we pare back some of our funding status because of the success that we're seeing? Here's some data over time. You can see in 2015, we had really great, well, comparatively a great unfunded liability, less than 40 million. The system was experiencing some problems statewide. We knew it was a problem. It really came out into media and our consciousness at that period of time, and Gilbert started working really aggressively to help decrease our unfunded liability. It continued to grow a bit as they were working through fixing some assumptions and some problems that they had on the PSPRS side. And then as we have added additional funding, we have gotten down, so we're now $42 million, which was a 17% decrease in our unfunded liability from last year. Really excited about that. To understand that in context, this is the difference between last year, or I guess 2 years ago and last year, for the neighboring jurisdictions. And you can see that we by far had the largest decrease in our unfunded liability. Chandler has been working aggressively on theirs as well. They had a 5% decrease. The other jurisdictions are working at various levels to improve their funded status, but they do continue to lose traction and their unfunded liability is growing. This is what it looks like in context over a period of time for the different jurisdictions. Gilbert is the one here on the far left, and you can see that we're at that $42 million. We were small to begin with, and then you can see that we are improving over time. We are the only one of these jurisdictions that has an improvement trajectory on the scale of what's happening over time. Peoria has continued to grow. You can see Chandler did have that growth last year. Celebrate that with them. That's some really good work on their part. Scottsdale, I know, is also actively working on it, but just can't get over that curve. And yes, it is true, Phoenix has $3.4 billion in unfunded liability, so they're going to be a while working at this. So for us, you can see on the graph, it was decreasing over time. And in 2016 is when we really started to make a conscious effort to improve our funded status. And we have had fabulous success since that period of time. We're now 85% funded combined between the two of them. And our target has been 90% funded. And then we'll be still working towards 100% funded, but we would rather fluctuate as market and assumptions go up and down between 90 and 100% rather than 100 and 110%, because it doesn't really make sense to be 110% funded when the money could go to other projects and better uses. This is our most expensive debt. The assumptions on their rate of return are about 7.3%. So this is one of the areas that we know when we have the ability to put extra contributions towards this area, it is one of the largest bang for the buck opportunities that we have as a town. So the recommended changes is to put an additional $10 million contribution to PSPRS. If I calculated right, there are a lot of different assumptions that should get us to 90% funded, which would be our target. And then we would be able to return to our regular contribution practices. If you remember the lemonade stand example from earlier today, having that extra dollar at the end of the year that you carry forward for one-time opportunities, that's really where this $10 million would be coming from. So we'll budget it in for next year, but my recommendation would actually be to use contingency in the current fiscal year and send that money now. That'll do a couple of things. If we send the money now, because we already have the cash in the bank and the ability to do that, then one of the things that we'll do is we'll be able to capture it on our upcoming actuarial report. They only do the reports once a year. So if we capture it, then our contribution rate goes down sooner and we can return, it decreases our ongoing requirements for payments into the PSPRS system sooner and returns to normal a little bit sooner. The second reason is a little bit of market look. So we had the crash really in March, which was last fiscal year, and then the stock market has really recovered. I'm so surprised at how quickly it's recovered. So the last year has been strong recovery from a low. It's unlikely that next year would be similar type of recovery. It's a crystal ball. We don't know for sure. I would guess, more flat, hopefully not a dip back lower, but I doubt we would see the huge amount of growth that we have seen this year again next year. So if we send the contribution during this fiscal year, then we'll have a prorated portion of PSPRS earnings and returns in the current fiscal year rather than guessing at what we might get next year. So it's a guess, it's a gamble on that, but I think that it would be beneficial to send the money to them this year, take advantage of those market returns and interest that they've seen, and then get it onto that actuarial report early. That's a hard one to say quickly. So that brings us to the ask and feedback from council on those opportunities.
Any questions for Kelly? Questions, comments?
Good. Okay.
Favorite topic?
Yes. Recycling. Yes. It's my favorite topic too. I love to recycle. No, you know, this is just a little levity to the day. You know, the town of Gilbert has been recycling for decades. We were the first city in the valley to roll out recycling townwide to our residents. And it's a very popular service. Our residents love to recycle, and they love to recycle responsibly. We've done, back in 2019, we did a survey of our recycling, and at the time it was also bulk services. And we had a 91% positive rating on our trash and recycling services specifically. We're working on that 7%. We obviously would love everybody to be happy, but additionally, when it came to recycling itself, we found that 92% of our residents were recycling either every week or every other week. And we didn't have anybody that said they don't participate in the program. Additionally, our national citizen survey from the past 4 surveys have indicated a higher than 95% participation rate in recycling and also better than 90% satisfaction rate for that service. So it's something that our residents love, they participate in actively, and it's definitely a service that we want to continue to provide. However, as a result of a lot of the recent market challenges that we've seen, we're looking at ways to still be able to provide that recycling in a cost-effective way. So just as a quick recap, in 2018, China put significant restrictions on the amount of contamination that they were allowing in recyclables, going from 50% down to 0.5% contamination. And that in parentheses right there, 16.83, that was our contamination rate at the time that those went into effect. And in 2021, which is now, we're expecting a complete ban on all waste imports into China. So it will potentially continue to have impacts on the recycling market. And what that did was, it's not just a Gilbert thing, it's not just an Arizona thing, it's a national problem. Our material recovery facilities, or MRFs, were forced to put in more tighter controls, more specialized equipment to better sort out that contamination, and also increase staffing, because sometimes the most effective way to sort it out is to do it by hand. And that has all obviously added to increased costs, processing fees in our recycling program. There's also market volatility when it comes to the resale value of different commodities. This is just kind of a quick graph to show you that, like, there are a lot of ups and downs. There are definitely some commodities that have a much stronger market value, such as aluminum and natural HDPEs, which is different types of like laundry detergent bottles, like the heavy duty plastic type materials, as well as water bottle plastics, and cardboard. Where other commodities such as glass and even certain types of plastics now glass is still being recycled, but certain types of plastics are actually not being recycled at all, and they're just going straight to the landfill. So we have similar, I can't keep pointing it there. Similar market volatility, you see that we have 2 different vendors. So we have United Fibers and Waste Management that we take our recyclables to. Similar market volatility and the resale value of these different commodities. So it's, again, you know, on both sides. Additionally, we've seen increases in our residential trash tonnage. Between 2019 and 2020, we saw 7.5% increase in our tonnage. The yellow bars are 2020, and essentially every single month of 2020 was considerably higher than the prior year. And this is
because a lot of people were home and cleaning more,
Very true. Our bulk has been off the charts, but those were tonnages and costs that we didn't expect. So we are, we'll talk about that more when we get into the rate update, but those are contributing to some of the pressures on the rates and the fund as well. But I wanted to just share with this that I'm not recommending this at all. We want to continue to recycle, but even if we chose to just take everything to a landfill, there's still a cost associated with that that is not currently being accounted for in our rate structure. So we've had a lot of touch points with council along the way, much of it predating many of the council members that are here now. Starting in 2018, where we started to see the market changes, we provided updates council retreat in October of 2019, where at the time we recommended a recycling fee in order to help to offset those escalating recycling costs that we were seeing. We were asked to go back and kind of sharpen our pencils and see what else we could do to improve our efficiency of our operations. And then we again brought it back to council in the spring financial retreat in 2020, where we were directed at that time to move forward with a rate study in fiscal year 21, which we are in now, and had delayed doing again due to the pandemic and the uncertain economic times, but we'll be moving forward, and I'll provide a little more update with that. So we've also seen, shared with council that we are going to be conducting a pilot study over the summer to look at ways we could modify our recycling stream to help reduce our recycling costs, but still recycle those commodities that have the higher market value. And then in November and December, we brought back recycling contracts and landfill contracts where we're continuing to see those increasing costs. So some of the proactive measures that we did in order to try to reduce our operating costs on the recycling side, we did do route modifications. So we went from a 4-day-a-week service to 5-day-a-week service. This helped us reduce our route sizes, reduce our overtime, and reduce our fleet costs, because fleet now had access to 20% of our vehicles were not on the road every day, so they had better access to them for maintenance. So we did see some initial cost savings under maintenance activities. Overall, it did save us a few $100,000 a year, but that was not sufficient to cover the gap in the other increasing costs that we were seeing. So as part of the original, the survey that I shared previously, we also asked residents if they would be willing to remove certain commodities from the recycling stream, just based on the fact that they were lower value commodities. And we specifically asked about glass because that's one of the more expensive things to recycle just due to its weight and the transportation costs associated with it. And there was about 50% of the residents said yes, they would. About 17% said no, they actually wanted to continue. They're like, if it's recyclable, we should recycle it. And 33% were unsure because they didn't know, is it being recycled? Can it be recycled? Can it not be recycled? So we do have some support for modifications to the recycling program. We also at the time had support for a fee to continue to recycle in the manner that we were currently doing. So our recycling program right now, there are a lot of things that go into that blue can that really shouldn't go into the blue can. But the current things that we allow are aluminum cans, plastic bottles, cardboard, steel cans, glass, newsprint, and then we have contamination that goes in there as well. And when we look at the pilot study that we did, we wanted to focus and make it just simpler, focus on only these commodities, because these are the ones that cost us, that we were cost of the processing on, basically. So what we did is we did a pilot study in 3 different areas of the town and over the summer, and that culminated with audits from both of our vendors. And when they do an audit, they basically collect the material in a truck, they take it to the sorting facility, they hand sort it, and then they weigh it out and they say, okay, you have this percentage of this material, this percentage of this material, and then that's how they bill us. For United Fibers, it's for the following 6 months. For waste management, they take an average of 8 quarterly samples, so it kind of rolls through every 2 years. And what we found as a result of that pilot, so during the pilot, we focused specifically on the the commodities that would more than recover the processing fee. So our processing fee right now is an average of $87, and our current resale value of all the commodities, the average is lower than the processing fee, which is why it's costing us to recycle. So what we really wanted to focus on was those materials that had a higher cost recovery than what our processing fee was. And the processing fee down here, it's about $87. So what we wanted to include in the pilot program was aluminum cans, the natural plastics, HDPE, and then water bottles and cardboard. And then the things that we wanted to exclude from the program were, again, here's the processing fee, anything that falls below that cost, or the cost to process, which includes those plastics 3 through 7, this purple line down here, it goes to the bottom, it goes to contamination. We're being told at this point that those plastics 3 through 7 are not being recycled. They're just going, we're basically paying them $87 to process it and then $40 to take it to a landfill, as opposed to just $32 that it would cost us if we just had to put it in the trash. So that's one that we really want to try to remove from the stream in general. We also have glass, which is basically one of the bottom lines, and then newsprint. If there's not
The newsprint.
newsprint, yeah, the market, it's not there at this point in time, and that's the challenge with the volatility. When you change a program and you change something, like I grew up recycling, and if it's paper, it goes in the recycle can. My kids, if it's paper, it goes in the recycle can. And so that's one of the challenges we face when we talk about making modifications to the program. Is it a short-term thing? Is it a long-term thing? But we're looking at kind of that intermediate term in terms of what's the most sustainable for current, both financially sustainable for us, but then also environmentally sustainable. If it's not being recycled and there's not a market for it, then what do we do with it? So the audit results we had were very favorable. This is a summary of the last 4 quarters of waste management audit, and where you can see we had increases in cardboard, thanks Amazon and COVID, and we saw increases in the good plastics, and then we saw reductions in residue. This is one of the huge things. So contamination is something that it's not recyclable. It's never been recyclable. People want to think it's recyclable and they put it in the can and it just goes to the landfill. And so one of the things we were really proud of this time around with our contamination rate, this is the average contamination rate by quarterly audit at Waste Management, 6.2%. That's as low as it has ever been. And we really feel that that's because we simplified. We said, only put these things in your can. Put the cardboard in, put the cans in, put the plastic bottles in, don't put anything else in. And so the contamination rate went down considerably. And that's huge because that's the area of cost where we're paying them $87 a ton to process it and then $40 a ton to get rid of it. If it never went in there in the first place, it would only cost $32 to take it to the landfill. So part of the simplification of the recycling program, I think, really helped that contamination rate come down. We saw similar results for our United Fibers audit, where we saw slight increases in aluminum and the HDPE, kind of negligible, big increase in cardboard, a great decrease in the old newsprint, which is what we were trying to do. And then our contamination rate went down as well. And with United Fibers, we see the benefit of these audit results immediately. So we had the audit in October, and I believe our first billing with the new rates was in December, and we saw our recycling costs go from $90,000 the prior month to $70,000. So we saw a good savings there right away at United Fibers. With Waste Management, because it's an average over 2 years, it takes longer to see the benefit, and it's more of a sustained improvement that we need to see in order to realize that. We do take more of our materials to United Fibers, but we do have both those contracts open because we want to make sure that we have options to continue recycling if for some reason we couldn't take things to United Fibers. So what we saw as a result of kind of the modified audit results at this point is our current cost, recycling cost per ton was at $42 for Waste Management and $28 for United Fibers. And that $28 rate to recycle at United Fibers is pretty similar to what our actual landfill disposal costs are right now. So we're kind of trying to inch our way back to it being at least like, take it to a landfill or recycle it at the same. So if you're recycling it, it's the preferred method. So based on the results of all that audit, that we had is we would like to recommend rolling that modified recycling program out townwide. And other communities have done similar things. Mesa had some modifications, rebranding of their recycling program. Chandler's really focused on just an education piece and trying to reduce contamination and things by educating people on what you can, but they still allow more things in the recycle stream than what we would be proposing. So our proposal would be to really focus on those 5 components of the recycle stream that are above that processing fee line, which is the plastics, the aluminum cans, the cardboard, and really just kind of streamline everything else out so that going forward, we can kind of optimize those costs. And I'm going to pause here because that's the recycling update, and then I'm going to give you the rate update after, but I just wanted to get feedback. And obviously there'd be a lot of work to do in terms of like outreach and education with the public, and if there were any modifications that the council would like to see as part of that, we could work through those as well. So yeah, so modification to the recycling program won't require added fees. It will help us manage the costs that we are having right now. There are if we just said we're not going to recycle anymore, there is still a cost associated with taking to the landfill that does save us a little bit right now, but the closer we can get to just honing in on those more marketable commodities and reducing the contamination, the better balance that is to where it's like, again, landfill or recycle. If it's the same, of course, you know, we want to recycle, but I'll go through it because there are, when we started the recycling rate, solid waste rate conversation, it was all about the recycling market volatility. We have, you know, and so we received direction from council in April 2020 to do a rate study on our solid waste rates based on the outcome of that retreat, which is something that we are planning to proceed with imminently if we haven't already retained a rate study analyst. It will be in the immediate future. But we have a lot of other things that are going on in our environmental services fund now that are putting pressure on the rates. Obviously the recycling market volatility, that's where it all started. There's a couple $1 million swing from where we used to be getting revenue to where it's now costing us money. We talked about, well, we have increased tipping fees. So back in December, we brought our contract to council for our waste management tipping fees that basically just the per ton cost. It went up from $29 to $31. We've had a huge increase in our trash volume, 11.5% from 2019 to 2020. A huge increase in demand for services. We have several $100,000 worth of new and replacement trash cans. That's a service that we don't charge for. But it's now #1 requested service in 311. We've had some CIP projects related to CNG and utility billing that have increased in cost, putting pressure on this fund as well. And then just time. You know, we've been talking about the recycling market and the challenges and the costs associated with it since 2018. We've been operating at a deficit since then, and we've kind of pushed it out as far as we can to where now we're at a point where we have to move forward with the rate study, which we were given direction to do so that we can get those rates in place soon. So kind of a timeline update that I wanted to share with you is obviously we're at the retreat right now in February, and over the next 3 months, we'll be completing the rate study for the solid waste rates with a notice of intent coming to council in June. There's then a 60-day time period between the notice of intent and public hearing, and we'll start our public outreach process at that time. And then after the public hearing, the rates would be in effect 30 days after that. Red bar is no change, blue bar is rate change. Without a rate change, we will fall below our minimum fund balance next year. So it's something that the rates need to be put into effect as soon as we can get them into effect, essentially. How we compare regionally, this is our Valley benchmark city comparison. The top line is the highest rate. the middle line is kind of the average, the bottom line is the lowest, and we are the green. And you can see in 2019, 2020, we are the lowest of all of our benchmark cities in terms of our solid waste rates. This is a really busy chart. It's really hard to compare apples to apples when you talk about trash and recycling services and the costs associated with them, because the level of service that different communities provide is very different. For example, we're down here way at the bottom right now. The only one lower than us is El Mirage, but they're not really lower than us because they charge for bulk trash. We give 10 free bulk trash, free, it's included in your bill a year. They don't have a household hazardous waste facility that their residents can use. So when you start comparing apples to apples, even with the proposed increase, which the rate study will determine, but when you look at some of these other communities, a little bit like Chandler, Queen Creek, Avondale, similar levels of service, with the exception of like the household Queen Creek, their household hazardous waste facility, they actually use ours. It's contracted out. And they pay to use our facility, but it's not available to their residents anytime they want to use it. Another service we provide that's not even on here is the ability for residents to take a ton of waste a month to the transfer station on their own at no cost. So there's a huge, when you average out the level of service and the frequency of service that our residents are provided, even with the proposed rate increase, we will be, I believe, the best value across the valley. And just to look at it one more way. Oh, also just to note, there are, as a result of, changing market conditions, in green on the rate 2021, there are about half a dozen different cities that have already done rate increases over the past year, including over the summer. City of Phoenix saw a $7 a month increase to their bill, and they're already the highest, so. But just to put it in one more comparison, this is our CPI graph. We just wanted to demonstrate, going back to 2009, the consumer price index for Phoenix has gone up by 24%. Our last two rate adjustments on the solid waste side were actually decreases, one in 2011-12 and then one in 2018. So even with the proposed increase based on our estimated revenue needs, we would still be only a 10% increase since that 13-year period compared to the 24% CPI increase. So we're still well below the average inflation rate for the Phoenix area. And that's our rate update. So you will be seeing more. We'll have the rate study underway, and we'll be obviously reaching out to council ahead of the notice of intent that will be coming to you in that May-June time period.
Questions?
Jessica, the ones that indicated they're by contract, have you been in contact with them to find out why they're doing it by contract, not internal?
I haven't personally. I know Paul Montez is on the line. He's more in tune with that market. Is he here? Paul?
Yes.
Hi. Did you hear the question?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the question was, the communities that contract out their solid waste service, do we know why they contract it out versus doing it in-house? Like, for example, Chandler contracts out their solid waste.
Well, in order to bring that service back in-house, they have a large capital project to buy the number of vehicles, number of staff to undertake that project. So once you have a contract, you're kind of limited on bringing that back in-house.
I could see that. Trucks are like 100,000 pop. We have like 50 of them, so that's a lot of money.
Did you say we don't charge for the cans?
That's correct. We do not charge for the cans.
We charge if we give them extra cans?
Yes. There is an extra monthly service charge if they have like 2 trash cans. There's not an extra charge if they have multiple recycle cans. But we do not charge for can replacements because it's hard to really know if they damaged it or if our equipment damaged it. We don't want to charge somebody if we break their can in half because the arms grab it too hard.
How does that compare to other cities? Do they charge their cans?
Paul?
You might not have been able to hear the question. Paul, do
Paul,
other
do you-
cities charge for cans? To replace them, or if you have extras?
If you have extra cans, most cities do charge for that. If you have broken containers, there are some cities that do charge for that repair service. I know this.
Do they charge for the initial cans that you give them as a new customer? Other cities?
From a newly constructed home, there is a fee for that new cans.
Okay.
Wow. And I'm wondering, Jessica, the fact that we don't charge for a second recycle can, but we charge for a second garbage can, was that from the days when we were making money on recycling?
I'm sure it was, yeah. Yep.
And now we actually lose money on recycling, so we probably should be charging for both if you're going to have an extra. Or if this works out, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to consider when we look at the rate structure and how we want to break it down and the cost to provide the service, because that's something that will be evaluated as the cost of service, you know, for each of the different areas, so.
I have a question of scheduling. I think you mentioned that the public hearing period would be like June, July, or July, August. Is it possible to adjust that scheduling so that public hearing period isn't over the summer?
Public hearing's August, yeah. I'll look to Kelly for that, because there's statutory timelines and there's also timelines. The longer we wait to implement a fee, the higher the rate needs to be, because we're not collecting it for.
Yeah, there is not a lot of wiggle room on the timing for this one because we had planned to do it earlier, delayed because of COVID. And so the timeline that is listed here is hopefully enough time to give the consultant to get the information together and get it into place. If we wait longer, then there's less months of revenue in the upcoming year. And it's unlikely that this fund and environmental commercial that you'll hear about next, that they would have enough revenue to keep minimum fund balance next year. We're that close, that even a month difference is a big deal for these funds.
What percentage of our rate of that customers are paying is going toward providing the bulk trash?
Paul, do you happen to know what percentage of our operating costs is attributed to bulk trash compared to the ASL?
I don't have that number with me right now. I could provide that number for council.
We do have it broken down, and we can look at the staffing and disposal and operating costs. It's not something that we have handy.
Questions?
Kathy?
It appears that in the studies we've done about what's important to our community, bulk trash, recycling, all of those things are very, very important. And I think we want to be in a position where we're encouraging people to do good things for our community and recycling or whatever. And so I don't want to come across as if we're going to punish you now because we're going to raise your rates, which may, I don't know what impact it'll have on their behavior, but I think we want to be really careful with that. So that's just a comment. But if I'm understanding right, give us a presentation on a potential change in recycling based on us saying that we think that's a good idea. That's going to drive the study for the charges for the future, because based on that, we're going to be able to see savings in one area, but perhaps increases in another because you're going to be carrying recycle that you weren't before. So am I getting that process
That's correct.
right?
Yeah, so we have the 5-year plan for environmental services that the rate study would be based off of, and we would make sure that we look at the long-term impacts of the changes to the recycling program and how that would affect the rates. As I mentioned, when you look at waste management, it takes a couple years to see the full benefit. So there may not be an initial significant cost savings. It would more offset any additional volatility that may be coming that we don't know of yet. That was one of the challenges that we had in 2018 when we actually reduced the rate. It was right when all this market stuff started happening, we said, well, we don't really know what's going to happen, so we just have to use the information we currently have available. We reduced the rate, which, you know, now as the market continued to decline, we saw the impacts of that. So we would look at the potential cost savings from the recycle program modifications as part of the 5-year plan and build that into the rate study.
I guess what I maybe want would be some options. So, I mean, you did a comparison chart of all the other cities, and I understand they have different levels of service. And so, you know, obviously the challenge is to gauge costs and increase costs. And if we're going to taxpayers and asking them to, you know, bond $500 million and go back and say, hey, we're raising your fees here. And I don't know what other, you know, exciting things like that are in the rest of the agenda. Like, all of that needs to be looked at in aggregate, and perhaps there is a give and take on charging for replacement or new cans and parsing out bulk trash, or maybe we kind of look through some of those different options of service and balance it with fee structure that we have. Just my 2 cents.
Comment, Leah?
I was not a part of the conversation that occurred back in, I think in the 2011 and 2013, but I do remember there was some conversation regarding altering how we would approach bulk trash. And if there's one thing residents are passionate about, maybe even more so than traffic, it was about their bulk trash services. We definitely recommend moving forward with the pilot program. There is only benefit to be gained in doing that. It will take time to see some of the longer term benefits of the pilot program, but there's really no downside to moving forward with simplifying that and reducing some of the costs. And then the other thing I was going to share is Jessica included in the presentation earlier, but our residents absolutely love our recycling program. They're highly engaged on that topic. It's something, I think it's still to this date, maybe our highest participation survey. And they signaled to us loud and clear that they understand that there's volatility and there's challenges, and they were supportive of us trying to figure out how to address that, including, you know, potentially a rate increase.
How many people participated in that survey? I know you or Paul know that answer, right?
It was over 5,000, which, yeah, at the time was the highest participation rate of any survey that Digital had sent out. I don't know if there's been more since then, but.
I agree with Amy that what we really want to do is look at the full package. It's very hard to go out and ask people to voluntarily potentially raise taxes for transportation and other things while we're hitting them with an increase in regular services that they're expecting. And so I think we just want to be cautious of that and make sure that we have a good argument if that's where we have to go.
Well, to clarify, the Transportation Bond and Advocacy Center are within the existing tax rate, not increasing that tax rate. So just making sure that that's understood.
I am a believer in that. We have a big a portion of our community that sees it differently, and so I'm just looking at it from, you know, their perspective, that if this is a council and a town that's just raising everybody's taxes all at one time, isn't probably going to bode well for the bond passing.
We can certainly bring back a variety of options. One of the things, and not to be a broken record, so many things were on a different track and everything got pushed because of the pandemic. And now it's creating this point in time where we've waited as long as we could and we can't push it any farther, which is unfortunate. And we'll really need to communicate to the residents. But we've certainly had a different board timing. Appreciate those points.
So what do you need from us today? Did you hear what you needed from us today?
I did, yes, thank you. The pilot program implementation, we'll have more information on that as we move forward. And the rate study piece, you'll be seeing more from that as well, but that's something that was, we're moving forward on based on past direction.
Do you have a comment, Mary? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, you'll be hearing more from him. He's up next.
Oh, he's up next. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, so now we're fast. Oh, so yes, commercial solid waste rates overview with Jessica and Paul.
It's Paul.
And there's Paul on our screen.
It's Paul. He's giving me a break. It's Paul. So Paul, Nikki's gonna control the presentation.
All righty. All right, good afternoon. I'm Paul Montez. I'm the Environmental Services Manager. Next slide. When we think of environmental services, what comes to mind are the residential collection programs that we provide for the town. The most visible services for the town is probably bulk trash and our collection of black and blue containers. Environmental services also provides exceptional service to the town's commercial businesses. Through our commercial collection program, we offer front load collection and roll-off collection. And you can see those pieces of equipment down at the bottom of your screen. Next slide. So when this service began back in 1986, we had one truck and we were servicing Sahara and Playa Apartments over on Arizona Avenue in Guadalupe. Today we have 6 trucks, over 800 customers, nearly 1,100 containers, and 6,300 cubic yards of trash every week that we collect. The town also offers this service up to 7 days a week. For our roll-off collection, we have 2 pieces of equipment. We have over 100 roll-offs out throughout the town. New line of service is 5 compactors that we are servicing in the Heritage District. We also have 2 compactors that we service residents through their HOAs in the community. Last year, this is a very popular service. We had over 2,500 requests for this roll-off services. It's so popular that we actually have a wait list for available boxes. Next slide. So for commercial collections, we do have some challenges, and some of these have created some budget pressures. Some of the budget pressures we're seeing is the ever-changing market and our customer base, increasing disposal fees, and how we dispose of our trash. Increasing demand for services. We've also had some capital projects over the past couple of years, and of course, operational needs. And for a commercial fund of about $2.5 million, combined, these have caused some budget pressures for our fund. Next slide, please. We have a broad customer base. Gilbert Unified Schools is our biggest customer. I would say more of a partner. With Gilbert Schools, we have a strong relationship with our Gilbert Schools. They provided us opportunities to educate some of the students on recycle, on stormwater, and using water wisely. So they're more of a partner than a customer. But we do service about 30 schools, warehouses, and offices, over 70 containers at their schools. And we also provide cardboard collection, recycling, and roll-off services for Gilbert Schools. Other customers that we service are multifamily. We service both large complexes and small units. We provide office, retail. We provide customer service for restaurants and warehouses, industrial and manufacturing. And we are a great option for small business. While large private haulers may overlook the small businesses, the small mom and pop operations, and they focus on larger accounts, the town of Gilbert has provided the service for them. Next slide. So other pressures include our disposal costs. As you are aware, the town contracts for disposing of our solid waste at the transfer stations. Now, over the years, our disposal costs for tipping fees has continued to rise. And the fees per ton have escalated. With our roll-off service, we do capture some of the tipping fees from our customers. And that's indicated in the orange line at $29 a ton. However, the fee for this has not kept up with the rising cost, which you can see rising in that blue line on the graph. Next slide. Now for our roll-off service, we've seen a steady rise in collected tonnage, and this is due to the popularity of the program. We saw a 7% increase over our 2018 tonnage, and again another rise of 5% over the 2019 tonnage. Because of the tonnage fees increase, and since we have not increased our tonnage fees from our customers, this relates to about $20,000 in uncaptured disposal fees. Next slide, please. So some of the other demands and services that we provide is cardboard collection. We have over 130 customers that participate in the cardboard collection. Many customers have multiple containers for this. And we have over 260 containers for cardboard only. We operate 3 routes dedicated to this service each week. Now, back in 2005, we did have an established rate of $35 per container. However, we stopped collecting this rate back in 2013, and we stopped collecting this at the time when our recycle market was pretty strong. And as we learned in our presentation earlier, the recycle market has changed significantly. Overall, this service costs about $88,000 a year, and since we are no longer capturing that fee, we are not capturing over $100,000 in revenue annually. Next slide. Another strong demand and service that we provide is collection of our commingled service. We have over 370 customers that participate in this program, both commercial businesses and multifamily. We offer this service 3 times a week, each day collecting over 200 blue containers. Now, this service costs the town about $130,000 annually, and this is a free service since the town does not have an established rate to recapture these costs. Next slide, please. Now, since 1986, we've had over 1,100 containers in the field, and over the years, these containers have aged and needed some repairs, as you can see. Each of these containers need maintenance, from welding to lid replacement to repainting. All these containers, with the rising costs, have created some maintenance concerns and escalating costs for operations. Also, the town enclosures that we operate and the containers in them have also increased and created pressures on our budget as well. Next slide, please. As always, in all of our operations, we look for ways to optimize services and reduce our costs and still provide excellent customer service. For roll-offs, we implemented a schedule change. Customers could previously hold a roll-off for up to 30 days before having it serviced and emptied. This time frame was modified a couple months back from 30 days to 14 days, which is more in line with the industry standard. This increased utilization of existing inventory and reduced our customer wait list and allowed more customers to participate in this service. We also did an internal schedule change, and we are now offering from 4 days of service to 5 days of service for this service line. For commercial collections, we implemented a refurbishment program. We repaired older containers instead of purchasing new containers. We also had some route optimizations. We right-sized each route to near capacity of containers. We have changed our collection areas to focus on density of containers and customers. This past summer, with these steps, this has allowed us to respond to our customers' demands as they've had some challenges and had some business service levels decrease. So overall, we've been able to reduce our commercial collection routes by 3 routes each week. Next slide, please. Speaking of this past summer, comparing 2020 to 2019, this graph shows a significant reduction in tons collected for our commercial collection, which represents a reduction in service. As our customers face challenges with closures or reduced business volumes, the town has had operational flexibility and allowed us to respond immediately to our customers. We were able to work with our customers and reduce the service levels as they needed. This has helped them reduce their costs during these troubling times. Had they been locked into contracts with private haulers, the customers would have faced more financial pain than necessary. So the town's ability to respond quickly without penalty for our customers is another exceptional level of service that our customers have come to appreciate. Next slide. Oh, next slide, please.
Okay, we're on.
Sorry about that, guys. We should be live now.
All righty. Sorry about that. Are we back on?
Paul, just one more second and we will be online.
All right, thank you.
Good, all good? Eric's giving me the thumbs up, Paul. I think we're all set. Go ahead and finish your presentation.
All right. Sorry about that.
I don't think it was you, my friend. It's okay.
All right, let me revisit this slide here.
The guy that's not here.
All right, so this slide, it speaks to this past summer. Comparing 2020 to versus 2019, this graph shows a significant reduction in tons collected for our commercial collections, and that represents a reduction in service from our customers. As our customers face challenges with closures or reduced business volumes, the town had the operational flexibility and allowed us to respond immediately. We were able to work with our customers and reduce their service levels to help them reduce their costs during this troubling times this past summer. Had they been locked into contracts with private haulers, the customers would have faced more financial pain than necessary. So the town's service and ability to respond quickly without penalty to customers being locked into contracts, this is another exceptional level of service our customers have come to appreciate. Next slide. So some of the projects that the commercial has taken on is within our Heritage District. Commercial has had some projects with our containers. In our parking garage, we've added a roll-off and a trash compactor. At 312 Gilbert Road, right behind the Oregano's, we've added an enclosure and 2 compactors. Behind Joe's Barbecue and the Burgie's Cafe, we added an enclosure and 2 compactors as well. Now, these projects have benefited the community, especially the Heritage District. They've consolidated containers and the collection area. They've enhanced the district's aesthetics. It's improved safety for pedestrians, and it's reduced the truck traffic in the area. While this has been an overall improvement for the downtown area, this has caused some pressures on the commercial budget since there's such a small fund. Next slide. Now, comparing 2019 versus 2020, you can see we've had some revenue challenges. The dark middle line represents the revenue of last year. Now, below the line, now mostly in blue, which with our commercial collection, is a shortfall of revenue compared to last year. Now, above the line, mostly in orange for our roll-off, we've surpassed last year's revenue. Now, December was the first month where commercial collection met revenue projections and passed last year's revenues. This was really due to our roll-off services as a driving force behind that. And this is due to the change of schedule that we had from 30 days to 14 days for the use of a roll-off box. Next slide. Now, these pressures cause a financial impact. Now, when you combine both commercial service lines, you can see 2020 combined revenue in orange. We were unable to meet last year's revenue. That is until December. Now, the 3 light orange are revenue projections for the remainder of the year and projected at 230,000, which we would need to meet our projections. That monthly number has not been yet met so far this year. Next slide. Now, when you compare our level of service and our rates to other valley cities, you can see that Gilbert is extremely competitive. For commercial collections, for trash, we have some of the lowest rates. When you compare our 6-yard and 8-yard service, which 80% of our customers use, our rates are the lowest, or at or near the lowest. Now, our commercial recycling, compared to the rest of the other cities, is very competitive. As you can see, since we do not have an established rate for this, we are very competitive against the other municipalities in the valley. Next slide. And when you compare us to our direct competition in the private sector, you can see we are even more competitive. And again, with our most popular service of 6-yard and 8 yards, we're by far the most affordable option for our customers. Again, for recycling service through commercial, again, at zero charge, we are the most competitive hauler and provide the best service. Next slide. Now for our roll-off service, comparing the services to other Valley cities, you can see that we are at the low end of the scale. Keep in mind, we don't have other hidden fees such as delivery or rental fees. Taking into account the length of time that our customers can have these roll-off boxes, we're at the bottom of the municipal scale. We are more than 2 times as low as the city of Scottsdale. Next slide. Now comparing our service to the private sector and direct competition, we are definitely at the low end of the scale. Hands down the lowest. We are 3 times lower in rates versus waste management. And even with our recently reduced schedule from 30 days to 14 days, our customers can use a roll-off box. We have the greatest value for our customers. Next slide. When you combine all the budget pressures and take them into account, from capital projects, the new lines of service with our compactors, the amount of services we provide, the increase in disposal costs, combine all those with the lowest rates we have, it has a negative impact on the fund balance. As you can see, next year's commercial will not meet minimum fund balance if we do not have a rate change. Next slide. So today's ask on behalf of our customers and our collection team is to conduct a rate study to coincide with the residential rate study, which was presented earlier today. Our goal is to true up our costs to be sustainable so that we can remain affordable for our customers and be their waste hauler of choice. So even with a rate study, we believe that we would be extremely competitive in the market. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Mayor. Okay, so Jean and I are here to present to you an update on our North Water Treatment Plant Replacement Project. I'm going to kind of recap a little bit some of the challenges that have led us to the recommendation to move forward with the full reconstruction of the plant. And then Jean's going to provide an update on the project status itself, as well as the financials. And then I will transition back and talk to you about the next steps on that and the funding strategy behind that.
Can I ask a question before you're starting? Have we all had an opportunity to tour this facility?
I believe everybody has been out, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we started off this journey with a challenge statement that the Water Division had exhausted its toolbox of operational and facility optimization strategies at the North Water Treatment Plant to achieve compliance with drinking water standards and safe fuel requirements, and that a substantial investment was going to be required. And when we came to you in April 2020, that's how, how to best approach a facility that had reached its useful life, has ongoing water quality challenges. And at that time, we did receive direction to develop a 30% cost estimate, design and cost estimate for a reconstruction of the facility. We've kind of moved beyond that challenge statement now to really the ultimate goal of the town as a utility provider is to provide safe, reliable water resources that meet or exceed local and national water standards sustainably. So when we talk about safe yield and groundwater pumping versus renewable resources, how to best balance that for the future growth and development of the community. So really, the biggest thing is we have responsibility to our residents. The utility service is a core part of what we do as a municipality. We provide safe, reliable water 24/7, 365. Failure is not an option. Our challenge is regulatory changes, aging infrastructure, staffing challenges, and then funding funding a silent service. You know, we don't want to be in the news. We want to kind of go about our day behind the scenes. And if you don't hear from us, that's a good thing. But then also meeting the growth and needs of the community as well. So when we talk about our tomorrow, we talk about continuing to provide that safe, reliable water to the community, but then also meeting the long-term sustainability needs when it comes to the water resources availability. So I'll be going through kind of the project history again, our North Water Treatment Plant facility background, our water quality and water supply challenges, the facility condition assessment that was completed, and then Jean will go through our project development, project progress, and considerations, and then we'll talk about water rates and the timeline associated with that and request feedback on that piece. So the water treatment plant, the North Water Treatment Plant is really the key to sustainable, reliable water supply for a huge portion of Gilbert, including our important economic areas such as the Heritage District and the Northwest Corridor. The needs of this facility have been increasing over time and reached a critical point with recent comprehensive evaluation efforts for the water system as a whole and the plant itself. So just to give you a little bit of background, the North Water Treatment Plant is a 45 million gallon a day surface water plant located right next door, or right next to the riparian that's right next door. It serves about 144,000 residents, and is projected to serve close to 250,000 at build out. It's really the backbone of our sustainable water supply, with ultimate projected demands expected to exceed 55 million gallons a day. Current capacity 45, needed capacity 55. We've had that conversation previously when we looked at expanding the plant now versus later. And then really it's the primary water source for the Northwest Corridor, the Heritage District, the Gateway Employment Corridor, and the Banner and Gateway Medical Center campuses. So a quick review of our timeline related to the water quality. You've seen this kind of timeline before, but back in 2006, the EPA established new regulatory requirements for total trihalomethanes, which are the disinfection byproducts that are created when chlorine reacts with organic material in the water. So those regulations were established in 2006, but this plant began construction was first built in 1996. So it was not designed to treat for these types of contaminants. So as a result of that, we had a water quality violation in 2017, where we had to notice residents that are in that zone 1 that's served by the North Water Treatment Plant that we had a violation. And we had to do that for 2 consecutive quarters. It's not something I ever want to have to do again. And then at that point, we came to council in the fall of 2017 and said, we have a problem. Here's what we're working on, how we're trying to fix it. We also completed our water resources master plan. We undertook a water quality master plan that identified that TTHMs are like the #1 challenge that Gilbert's going to face from a water quality standpoint going forward. During that time, we also completed our North Water Treatment Plant condition assessment, which identified major structural deficiencies, and essentially that the plant was reaching the end of its useful life. So where the census comes into play is also we have our water quality compliance requirements. And once our census verified population exceeds 250,000 residents, we have additional compliance sampling locations that we have to add to our distribution system. And new monitoring and compliance requirements will begin at that time. That's a challenge because of the fact that the North Water Treatment Plant doesn't have the capability, violation notice, doesn't have the capability of treating for these. And currently the way that we're mitigating that is by blending it with groundwater. Long term, we're not able to continue to pump that level of groundwater to blend down those contamination levels. So the map on the left is a 2018 heat map that looks at TTHM concentrations throughout the community. North of the black line, the little eyebrow, is basically the service area for the North Water Treatment Plant. South of that is served by the Santan Vista Water Treatment Plant. You can see there's considerably more red, which is bad, in the north part where the North Water Treatment Plant is than there is in the south portion where the Santan Vista plant is. That's a combination of the fact that Santan Vista is Central Arizona Project water, which does not have the same level of organics and does not create the same level of total trihalomethanes. And it's also a different treatment process that does a little better job of removing the organics and those contaminants so that the disinfection byproducts are not formed in the system. So we had our water, our technical advisor and our company that did our water quality master plan do some modeling that looked at the future of zone 1, which is then the red outline kind of blown up on the right. When we stop pumping groundwater to try to blend down these contamination levels in order to meet our safe yield requirements. And you can see it gets much worse without improvements or the reconstruction of the water treatment plant to include technologies that are able to remove the TTHMs and improve the water quality. Yes.
Didn't SRP give us guidance that we should anticipate that TTHM levels, organics, will get worse in their water, not better?
Yes. So Nikki, this isn't. Yes, I will get to that. I have a slide on the water quality challenges related to SRP right after this one. So I'm not sure if this is going to work, if this is still working or not. So the purple bars are 150 different sites across our distribution system that we sample every month for bacteria and for chlorine residual to make sure we don't have anything growing in our pipes, microbiology. The green lines are our current stage 2 sites that we sample for those TTHMs. The red line is the maximum contaminant level, which is our regulatory level that we have to stay under in order to stay in compliance. So all of our sites right now are in compliance. That's where we want to be. That's the ultimate goal. Once we have to redistribute, we'll have multiple sites outside of that compliance limit because they're established based on they're not like distributed evenly throughout the system. They're based on finding areas with the highest risk and the highest water age because you want to be making sure that you're addressing the most risky areas in the town. So one of the reasons for the challenges in the water quality is our source water impacts. So the SRP source water that feeds the North Water Treatment Plant is highly variable. There's the Salt River that has the high organics and disinfection byproduct formation. There's the Verde River that has elevated arsenic and other contaminants. And then they also throw in a level of well water in there, which in some ways can be too clean, which also makes it difficult to treat. Historically, those waters have changed more seasonally, but as a result of managing the water resources on their side, which they're doing the best they can to manage the resources and the supply, those water qualities can change weekly or even daily. We also have a lot of damage to the watershed from wildfires and runoff, and that creates additional water quality challenges. And as Patrick mentioned, yes, we've been in some meetings and some planning and discussions where they've said, don't expect it to get better before it gets worse, because with additional fires, it takes decades for those watersheds to restore themselves to pre-fire conditions. So when we start looking at how we're mitigating those water quality challenges, we're doing it by pumping groundwater, because groundwater has very low TTHMs, almost none. And so we're able to blend the high with the low and distribute it more evenly. The challenge with that is that we're not fully utilizing the surface water resources that we have available to us. And those are renewable resources that we really need to be able to maximize the use of those and minimize the use of groundwater that we're pumping. So on average, over the last 5 years, there have been about 7,000 acre feet of water, of unused surface water that we've not been able to treat at the North Water Treatment Plant due to water quality challenges, either too dirty or too clean. And when we have to pump water, we're using a store of groundwater credits that we have accumulated over decades of recharging our reclaimed water of recharging our excess surface water supplies on the CAP side, on leases that we've been able to get from different tribal or other entities, and recharging those as well locally, as well as in storage facilities. So when we pump it, it's not an immediate cost that we're seeing, but over time, if we're using that just to supplement our daily operations, when really we stored it so that we have a supply in a time of drought, we're going to need to replenish it at a significant cost. So when we say it's, $2 to $5 million a year, that's not an actual expense that we have right now, but it's the value of the water that we're pumping when we really should be trying to utilize those surface water supplies to the best of our ability. So the other thing that we talk about, aside from the water quality piece, tying more into the water resources side, is that our water demands have outpaced our projections from our most recent master plan that was just completed in 2018. The blue bars are the projected demand from the water quality, or from the integrated water resources master plan. The red line is our actuals 2016. That was the data that was used when the study was completed. But the estimate in 2020, you can see we're well above what that projection was. And what that's showing us is that based on our current demands and our current growth, our water system will be at 98% of its capacity for production by 2030, which means we need additional capacity in order to meet build out. And when we looked at 2030, we looked at, okay, if we're going to rebuild a plant at 45 million gallons a day, when are we going to need the next sort of expansion of that? And we found, by the time we design it and build it, it's 2025, and then we're starting designing and building. So we've got more capacity online in the next 5 years. So from a financial efficiency standpoint, it makes more sense to just build it, all of the capacity now. And so what that looks like from a safe yield standpoint, we've got our Santana Vista water treatment plant is the yellow bars. We run that plant at the same capacity. It's 24 million gallons a day. This is at build out. We call it base loading. We just run it at the same all the time. And then we use the North Water Treatment Plant to make up the difference in the different parts of town. So from a safe yield standpoint, when we need to run looking at 60 million gallons a day, we're able to minimize the groundwater pumping that we're doing. We have 1 month out of the year, which is November, where we take the North Water Treatment Plant offline to do maintenance. And I think actually right now we were on an extended dry up because of SRP, but I think a lot of you got to come out during the dry up and see kind of underneath the surface. We also have in January, there's no yellow because that's the month we take the Santana Vista Water Treatment Plant offline to do its maintenance. So, and then the orange is the groundwater. And so really you see we're only using groundwater in a few very select months in order to fill like the really highest capacity gaps, or when we're down for maintenance in our other facilities. Now, if you look at rebuilding at the same capacity, 45 million gallons a day, we are using a lot more of that groundwater, and we're actually exceeding our safe yield groundwater usage by 16%. So right now, our groundwater use makes up about 30% of the total water resource that the town consumes every day, water production, and we need to be at 10% in order to meet that safe yield. So reducing 30 to 10 is basically the same as just turning the water off for October, November, December. That's how much groundwater we're pumping, which we would never do ever, but we're just saying that in order to make up that difference, we need the additional capacity at the North Water Treatment Plant so that we can scale back on that groundwater usage. That it puts into perspective, that's a lot of water that we're pumping out of the ground that we have surface water resources that we could be using that we're not. So the next piece that led us to the reconstruction is the facility condition. And I have a bucket of debris in my car that came out of the plant that I was going to use for show and tell. I'll go get it after this is over. Jean brought it to my office. It's really kind of gross. I mean, it's amazing what you uncover, what lies beneath, right? So one of the challenges we have is the facility was originally constructed in 1996. It was constructed using low bid methodology, which is something that we would never do on this type of a project now. It's basically low bid, low contractor price wins. That's it. We didn't have alternative delivery methods available to us that we do today, like a construction manager at risk delivery method that we're currently using on the design of the reconstruction. where we're allowed to then select our contractors based on qualifications as opposed to just the price. And in a facility that's critical, like we rarely low bid any project in the town anymore unless it's like a really straightforward project, because we want to make sure that we're getting the quality. In the end of the day, low bid is not the low bid. There are always things that come up that end up just increasing that cost. So so the quality of construction was not there, honestly. There was not the construction oversight. The town did not have internal construction management, did not have internal capital improvement program or project managers that were overseeing that construction. Subsequent expansions happened over the next decade. And then in 2019 is when we completed the facility condition assessment. And what that found was that there was significant structural deterioration, that there were over $70 million in structural repairs needed, which equated to an annual investment in that plant that was double what the industry standard should be. And that coupled with the fact that the treatment can't be optimized in order to address the water quality concerns, the recommendation was made to reconstruct the facility. So just some pictures of what we found underground. We had the opportunity to get into places we've never been able to get into before. And when you walk around the facility, it looks nice. You know, our treatment plant operators do a fantastic job of maintaining the equipment so that it's in good running condition and of maintaining everything you can see. But these are all the things that you can't see that are buried or underwater or underground under structures that we've never been able to get into before. And the other concerning thing is that there are still areas that we couldn't get to during the dry up. So there are other hidden conditions in there that we just don't know about, which knowing what we can see and what we can't see just makes everybody that much more nervous about the conditions. So over the last 4 years, there have been a lot of council touch points on the North Water Treatment Plant. Not all of these have been retreats. A lot of these have been rehabilitation contracts that have come to council for different improvements at the plant, because there are still things that need to happen at that plant just to keep it running and meeting the current water quality standards until a new plant can be built. But we have, as I mentioned, we had the fall retreat where we had the 2017 water quality update. We had the financial retreat in April 2020 where we shared a lot of this background information again and got the recommendation to move forward with a preliminary design of a new facility. And then most recently in November, we did briefings with council, and I shared a brief presentation at a council meeting when we talked about the need to increase the capacity, the design capacity of the plant to the 60 million gallons a day when those contracts were awarded. So just as a recap though, since 2013, there have been 25 different projects that have happened at that plant, and 20 of them have been emergency. So we know that the condition out there is continuing to deteriorate. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Jean, get a little water break, so that she can talk to you a little bit more about the current project design status and progress.
Thanks very much, Jessica. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of give you guys an overview of where we've gotten to since we last spoke in April. We took the direction from council, went out and reached to the community, and we hired 3 primary firms to support us on this effort. The effort is focused on developing a clear-eyed, realistic budget that's really focusing on highest value for the town, both in the immediate and the long term. Next slide, please. So the 3 firms that we hired are our technical advisor, our design engineer, and our construction manager at risk. This is one of those great opportunities where we had to take this project from the ground and go ahead and develop it the way that we thought was going to best deliver for us. So this is a first of its kind project where we brought the CMR onto our team beginning before we'd actually even put pencil to paper as to what we thought we were going to do. This is not something that's typically done in the municipal market. That's often done with an opportunity to look for that CMR coming on board later, but often that means that we've missed opportunities to either save time, budget, or schedule with regards to making sure that the facility is the most constructible and the most realistic available. Our technical advisor is engaged to be able to take a broader perspective, marrying both operational optimization and robust technological understanding. They are independent from the rest of the team, so they're really focused on making sure that we're making the best decisions with regards to our current challenges, but also with a key understanding of the future compliance of the Clean Water Act and the various other regulations that we have to meet. Our design firm, Waterworks Engineers, is a local firm with local experience. They're very familiar with the needs of the Salt River watershed as well as our particular system, but they're teamed up with a national partner, Arcadis Engineering, and they can bring that national bench for us when we needed to. One thing I like to take the moment to appreciate is that they met or exceeded all of the deadlines that I've set for them, many of which were impossible. And what I told them is, once you do the impossible, I don't have as much sympathy when you say it's hard. So they're prepared for several more months of difficult design and work going forward. Finally, our construction manager at risk, Sunt, is teamed with PCL. They bring to us unparalleled national experience in this space. It's a proven team with very limited exceptions. It's actually the same team that delivered the Santan Vista Water Treatment Plant project, which did come in on schedule and under budget, which is, I think, the most important thing that we want to make sure that we carry forward in this one, is that on schedule and under budget, that's got to be a target that we're aiming for. So following that council direction in April of 20, we use that qualifications-based process to bring sure that this group of firms together to bring you the design pieces that we'll show you today, as well as the budgets that we can set that going forward. Next slide. So a few things. I know we've talked about the pandemic an awful lot. This really did create some extraordinary challenges for the design team. It's, normally we would be huddled together, pencils and nerds side by side, trying to get this design the way we need it to. So we had to take some interesting approaches. So we had some in-person meetings using careful distancing, mask usage, and large spaces, as well as hybridized virtual meetings. So I thought that was a really interesting perspective that we had to bring forward on this one. But that led to two major design achievements that I can already speak to. One is, as we presented to you in April, one of our biggest plans was to take advantage of the property to the immediate east, Nichols Park, to allow for the construction or reconstruction of this facility. We at that time didn't actually carry a budget for that because we just didn't know what it was going to take. However, because we had the CMAR on board at this point, we were able to confine the design to the property that we already used for the water treatment plant, with just a few feet skirting into the edges of Nichols Park. This avoids a future costly park CIP, so we're pretty excited about that. Additionally, with the support of our technical advisor, we've had an opportunity to be designing towards process optimization from the beginning. So we've already had an opportunity to compare what would happen if we were to add the granulated activated carbon facility, which is the polishing facility we'll be needing to meet the disinfection byproduct compliance going forward. What that cost would look like if we were to simply add it to the existing facility versus optimizing it with a reconstructed facility, which is an annual savings of $4.7 million. So this was just sort of making sure, as we were going through, we were continuing to challenge our assumptions and make sure we were making the best investments in the facility going forward. On this next slide button, you'll see the zoom in on that facility structure. So those darkened lines represent the new structures. The faded back is the existing facility, and you'll see we're only about 45 feet into Nichols Park, and it's kind of on that embankment. So it's pretty exciting for us. Next slide. So one of the most important things we wanted to do is make sure that the budget that we develop here is a true, accurate understanding of everything that needs to go into a project this complex. We were able to engage with a firm that is comfortable with and adept at using state-of-the-industry 3D modeling. So what you see below are two real models from our design packages, both the upper deck and the lower deck related to the treatment facilities. This means that the engineer was able to partner with the construction manager at risk to do real takeoffs. So it's not a matter of, I think it's this much concrete. It's, nope, the wall is this thick, it's located here, I have to remove that much dirt. That means it's going to take me 56,000 cubic yards of concrete, for example, in order to place all of this work. Beyond just designing for the existing facility, though, we wanted to make sure that we didn't leave behind any structures or buildings that were still in good shape, but maybe could no longer serve their original purpose. So we have been able to look at some opportunities to reuse as many of the facilities and structures on site as possible, often for purposes different than what they were originally constructed, but will allow us to avoid, again, either planned or future CIPs that were in our program. For example, below is the upper floor of our chemical building, retrofitted to fit our existing chemical lab. So to allow for Rebecca Hamill and her team to have the appropriate space for what they need to do relative to all the other structures on site. Next slide, please. So I mentioned before that we are designing and optimizing in parallel. This is a really key function for us because we don't want to just make the best investment from a capital perspective. We want to make sure that we're making the best investment for the community long-term with regards to our financial viability. So this one here is a little bit more detailed explanation of that $4.7 million avoided future expense. So on the left, that larger disc represents the consumables use. This is not inclusive of, for example, staff or electricity, just specifically looking at these 4 consumables: granulated activated carbon, alum, sulfuric acid, and caustic materials. This is what it would cost to meet our treatment obligations if we were to try and modify the existing facility. It'd be a $7.3 million a year cost just for these areas, versus through reconstruction, we're able to redistribute those costs through our different uses of chemicals to protect our most expensive chemical, which is that granulated activated carbon, and get the most value out of it. So that means we've avoided a future cost that's pretty substantial. So that's the kind of direction we're taking as we go through this design. Next slide, please. So I think one of the important things to do here is to kind of pause and talk about what our cost model has gone through in terms of evolution. So one of the first things we were able to do, as I mentioned before, is not pick on Nichols Park. So this is great. It means that when we get back to the office, I don't have to avoid downstairs and Rob Carmona because he's worried I'm going to take his park and do something terrible to it. We're going to do really minimal intrusions into that structure and facility. Also, as you may recall, we presented to council about the need to take the facility from 45 to 60 MGD at this time in order to meet both our system demand currently, as well as our long-term safe field requirements. I already spoke to you about our intentions to take process optimization as a key step as we go, trying to make sure that we're managing both short and long-term costs. And also that integration with our CM&R, bringing them on board from the very beginning has given us a real understanding of what schedule, what things we need to do in what order to be sure that we could actually get the project built the way we wanted to for the money we wanted to spend appropriately. Next slide. So we'll talk a little bit more about how the costs were developed. The costs that were developed for this project are extraordinarily detailed. I've got about 15 pages of material from our construction manager at risk, as well as over a dozen design packages from the engineer that let us produce a structure by structure model that goes. And so if you want to know the exact costs of what we're predicting to spend on a specific pump station, we have that level of cost detail. We also have it broken out by discipline area, and that allowed us to do a really deep dive on each of those individual costs. And that means that this facility isn't designed in space, it's designed existing for our facility, our footprint. And that leads us to that local market, which is that understanding of market conditions, labor, materials, risks, competing projects and resources, keeping all of that in mind and building that into the cost model so that it's as realistic and on point as it can be. Also, cost efficiency. One of the very first things we did, actually the first thing we did, even before the contracts in hand, I had an opportunity to be a part of a value engineering workshop, which was part of our stakeholder development meeting with both our firms as well as town staff, so that we had progressive value engineering in mind. Careful, value engineering is often blind because it can be misconstrued as scope cut. And in this case, we're not looking for scope cut, we're looking for true best value. So we developed a matrix of items to help us determine which things we needed to do, how to evaluate technology and resources so that we were making the best decisions going forward. And we're tracking those things from the very beginning so that we can see when an item becomes able to be executed, we can make that investment appropriately. So all of these pieces together, teamed up with the early engagement of the CMAR, the incredible work of our engineer, and the oversight of our technical advisor, means that our contingency development is extremely detailed. For example, we took a look at each line and each cost item. For concrete, for example, is 20% of our overall construction cost, but it's only got a 3% contingency on it because with a deep understanding of the local market risk, we know that the biggest risk to the cost of concrete is due to the availability or lack thereof of fly ash. Now, I can spend a long time getting into the importance of fly ash for making concrete flowable, but the detail here is that we were able to drive those kinds of pieces and understanding down to the point where we've actually got a projected contingency for us as the town of only 3.75%. That's an extraordinarily low contingency when you think about it versus a lot of other projects that we bring in, and it's because we were able to do this full 30% design. Next slide, please. So this is where Jessica and I, when we talked about this presentation, she was totally not on board with giving it all alone, and this slide is part of that discussion. As you recall, when we presented to you in April, we talked about the cost of replacing the existing facility as being right around the price that we see here for the replacement on the left. So we've added then broken out for your consideration the costs for the facility expansion. That facility expansion is both an additional 15 MGD of base treatment, but also the required water quality components. That 90 million is broken out separately because that's specific to things that are not existing at the site. So we've got like for like expansion and then enhancement in order to meet those water quality and safe yield requirements. So those are necessary for the facility moving forward, but that leads us to a full project cost of $422 million, inclusive of all services. So that's inclusive of engineering, construction management, internal CM, all of those costs, including permits. So this is a true value cost, not one that we project moving. We are taking progressive value engineering, as I mentioned before. So we've identified a number of things that we believe may be able to bear fruit with regards to bringing this cost down, but we wanted to present you with a full cost model at this time. Next slide, please. So I'm going to let Jessica click through this, but we're going to show you kind of the progression of the next 5 years and beyond of what this project's going to look like. So today we're here at the financial retreat presenting to you about the probable cost of construction. Next, you'll see from us sometime between now and August, contracts for full design services, which will be contracts for our construction manager, a risk technical advisor, and engineer to continue the design to completion. One of the things that this is allowing us to do is to lead into some early construction to ensure the critical path. As you folks know, we're under a very constrained timeline because of the combination of the census and the new compliance standards. So we're going to be trying to get to work as early as this time next year to break ground to start on some of those processes. In addition to this, we've got heading into 2023, full construction begins, including work into the eastern slopes of Nichols Park. And then we'll be bringing a total of, at this point, we're predicting 3 GMPs to your attention. So we'll bring that to you. 2024 should be hopefully very quiet. Hopefully you just see great pictures and see wonderful little notes from us about what's going on in the construction. Obviously invite you folks to come out and join us. And then finally, we'll be doing startup and commissioning in the calendar year 2025. And then the last thing we'll be doing in 2026 will be demolishing any facilities and structures that are going to be problematic in the future, as well as those facility reuse pieces. So those remodeling efforts we mentioned before. Next slide. And with that, I get to pass it back to Jessica, who's hopefully hydrated up.
Good. So our ask for today of council is to provide direction on timing of rate study implementation for our water system. In April, we did share that with a project of this magnitude that it would have an impact on the rates. And that's why we wanted to move forward with the 30% design in order to get a better understanding of exactly what that cost was going to be. So that we could move forward with the rate study. So we do have the rate study that we'll be undertaking, as well as a system development fee study update, because as you saw, there is a component of the plant that's expansion related that would be contributed to growth and collected, but the SDF study would need to be updated in order to be able to collect those development fees for that project. So basically, we're looking at the timing of a rate study to balance with the financial needs, but also understanding that there are other rates and things that we're looking at right now, how to best balance those. So we do have, aside from the North Water Treatment Plant reconstruction, there are other pressures on the water fund right now. Obviously, the North Water Treatment Plant is a huge contributor to that. But fortunately, we have had in place for a considerable amount of time a replacement fund and a contribution to that. So there is a portion of that that we already have accounted for in our rates, but there is over and above that we need to consider. We have implementation of our LRIP, where you'll see a little bit later. There are going to be other long-term needs that are going to be affecting this fund as well, that we have pushed off because this is the treatment plant right now is our #1 priority. And then we have the rapidly rising cost of raw water. And the graph to the right shows a percentage of our water budget that our water resources cost. And just in the last 5 to 6 years, that cost has gone from about 12 to 13% of our operating budget to 20% of our operating budget. And you're likely going to see in the news, if you haven't already in certain avenues, that there's a high likelihood, based on the current condition of the Colorado River system, that there will be a shortage in 2022. And it does not affect our ability to deliver water to our residents, but because the CAP is delivering less water, it costs more per acre foot to deliver that water to us to then treat and deliver to our customers. So there are some measures we have in place right now, rate stabilization and things. We won't see those impacts right away, but we are planning for those in the outer years of this because the outlook is not favorable at this time. So we have 2 different timeline options to present to council today to get direction on. One is to time the water rate study and implementation with the previously discussed environmental services, residential and commercial rate study, which would mean the rate study being conducted over the next couple of months with a notice of intent being brought to council in June, public hearing in August with rates effective in September, October timeline. These timelines, the benefits of this one is it's the smallest rate increase that possible, because the sooner we implement it, the lower the rate increase needs to be, because the longer we have to collect those new fees. The downside to that is we're doing both rate changes simultaneously, so there is a larger impact to residents all at the same time. And the estimated additional revenue that we need to generate from the rate study is about $7.5 million a year in that scenario. In the second scenario, where we distribute those rate impacts, we wait and we can conduct a rate study. We can conduct a rate study now, or we can conduct it later in the year and bring it to council after in the beginning of 2022. That's the old one. I think this is the other. It's not the right timeline, is it? That's a different. I don't think we have the right timeline on here. We were looking at the timeline for the second option was to have a notice of intent was to have a notice of intent brought to council in December with public hearings in February and new water rates effective in April. There we go. In April of 22. So this is okay. So this is showing both of them at the same time. Sorry. We have notice of intent in June for the initial rates, public hearing, rates effective in October, second notice of intent in December, public hearing in February, rates effective in April. This does spread the impacts out over a 9-month period, so it's kind of a more incremental increase. However, if we wait that long, the water fund may fall below minimum fund balance next year, and it's a higher rate increase because we're waiting to start collecting those fees until a later date. And the estimated revenue need on that side was about $8.4 million as opposed to the 7.5. So in either scenario, we've got no change, which means we definitely fall below minimum fund balance. If we time it with environmental services rates, we have more time to collect those rates and the rate increase is lower. If we distribute and split them out and do two different ones, the increase is higher and there's a higher likelihood that we fall below minimum fund balance because we're not able to collect those rates for as long of a period of time. We showed similar graph as with environmental services. When you look at our water rates compared to the CPI, we had a very long time where we had no rate increase at all in our water fund. And then we did see an increase in 2018. And then with this proposed increase, we would just be catching the CPI so that we've basically kept up with inflation over the last 13 years in the Phoenix area. And again, when you compare us to our Valley benchmark cities, the red line is the max. The yellow line is the median, the pink line is the min, and the blue line is Gilbert. And you can see we are among the lowest, if not the lowest water rates, depending on the usage you have and the meter size that you have. But we are definitely amongst the lowest rates in the valley. So kind of just summary of the two different alternatives. Option one, go with environmental services rates, smaller rate increase. However, both of them would occur simultaneously. If you split them out, larger rate increase, fund may fall below minimum fund balance. We do have two separate rate increases within a 1-year period in different lines of service. But it does help incrementally spread out that impact to the residents. And so that's our ask, is to get direction on which timeline we want to move forward with, knowing, you know, what the pros and cons of each of those options are and the necessity to complete the study.
All right, good afternoon, Council. It's Robert Carmona, also known as the Vice President of the Kelly Foast Jessica Marlowe Fan Club, for what they're doing here today. I am here to give Jessica a 3-minute break from talking and get us started, and then Marshall McFarland will take us into the general fund. But we're going to be discussing the long-range infrastructure plan update today. Next slide, please. The good news is we do not have an ask on this item, but felt it was very important since it's been a major topic over the last few retreats to come with an update on the importance of the long-range infrastructure plan and some of the steps that we have taken to get here. This is probably one of the most ultimate case uses of a collaborative effort, not just the entire Public Works team, but the Parks and Rec team, OMB and IT all working together over the past several years to put this into place. And really, this plan is imperative to our City of the Future goals. And we'll go over some of those accomplishments here, as well as upcoming projects. So as you can see, we have a quick slide on some of our accomplishments, and then we'll get into the enterprise funds and general fund. Next slide, please. Come to the accomplishments. So how did we get here today? One of the biggest things we've done over the past few years is developing those asset and infrastructure inventories, and then submitting those into our CMMS systems. Developing those recommended useful lives. You know, our goal within this program is not just to hit those useful lives, but to exceed those useful lives. And I think Jessica referred to it earlier, making sure that we have the proper maintenance programs to extend those useful lives and that we're doing the proper maintenance and upkeep on all of our assets. We also looked at life cycle and replacement costs. Many of you saw at the last spring retreat some of the data and background behind those, and we'll get into a little bit of that. Because at that spring retreat, we received direction from council to recommend those funding policies and look at the unfunded liabilities within the different sectors. So with that, Jessica, I'm sorry, you're back up.
Yes, I'm just here to give you a quick update on the status of the LRIP implementation in our different enterprise funds. So first up is streets. Just as a quick recap, we have in our inventory almost 27,000 light poles, almost 40,000 street signs, 937 centerline miles of pavement, and 1,200 signal poles for a total combined value of about $2.8 billion. In terms of the financial strategy for the streets fund, we continue to use our HERF and VLT funds for all of our roadway maintenance activities. and pursue, at that time, we were directed to pursue SDF funding as a source for growth-related projects, which, as Kelly just mentioned, we have now a roads SDF as well. And then consider large reconstruction projects for future bond funding, because those are ones that just the HERF and BLT don't have the capacities to support. And so you saw some of those reconstruction projects in the bond presentation earlier. The streets R&R needs were kind of based on two different scenarios, and it actually depends on the life cycle of those light poles. If we can get 35 years and 50 years out of our light poles on our residential and arterial streets, our yellow line is our current funding availability, which, you know, there's always considerations there related to the gas tax and the stability of that and BLT in the future. And the blue bars are our estimated needs out into the future, that those kind of almost balance, but in the outer years when we start to see more of our roads age out and have to be replaced, where we have more of a deficit there. So that's one thing that we are monitoring really closely. We're in the middle of our street light replacements right now. I believe we are in the mayor's neighborhood and working our way down Elliott Road. But so this is just
Say, my neighbors met me outside the other night and they love the streetlights. They made a point to tell me how much they love the streetlights, so.
great. That's awesome. I will pass it along. So that, anyways, that's something that we're really monitoring, and we have that we're continuing to monitor in terms of the life expectancy that we're getting out of our existing poles. So for completed projects in fiscal year 20, we did replace 228 streetlight poles in some different neighborhoods. We replaced 4,300 regulatory signs, applied 91 miles of surface treatments, which is all the different crack seal, micro seal, mill and overlay, and inspected 10 whole signal poles, which we'll do more of those next year. But there's some pictures here. We have our own in-house sign shop, so we do all those signs ourselves. One of the new streetlight poles, and then that's a project, the Val Vista Drive reconstruction that's almost completed, that was underway in 2020. And for upcoming streets related LRIP projects, this coming fiscal year, we're targeting 500 pole replacements. We did add money into that replacement because we had a very large backlog of poles that were outside of that useful life, and we have seen some failures, so we're trying to get ahead of those failures. If you do the math, we've got almost 30,000 street poles and a life expectancy of 30 years. That's like 1,000 poles a year. So we're not quite to where we need to be to keep on top of that, but we're trying to make progress on it. We're also caught up on our sign replacement from a regulatory standpoint, so we'll continue to do that. We're targeting another 105 miles of surface treatments on our roadways this year, and we'll be inspecting the rest of our signal poles so that we can prioritize those and get them on a more spread out schedule based on their current condition. One thing that we're also looking at right now that's not currently incorporated into our LRIP, but is a known unknown, is our sidewalk, long-term sidewalk maintenance and replacement strategies. We have some things we're looking at right now with respect to trip hazards and liabilities that we're working with legal, working with development services on how we want to handle the long-term maintenance of those sidewalks. So you'll probably see more to come on those in the future. That's just something that's out there that's not currently part of our LRP, other than we spend about $1 million a year on trip hazards right now, but there's no long-term replacement strategy for sidewalks in our system. And then on the water side, there's our lovely water treatment plant that will soon be no more. On the LRIP side for water, we have over $4 billion worth of water assets, including both of our treatment plants, over 13,000 fire hydrants, 1,400 miles of pipe ranging in size from 6-inch to 42-inch diameter, 18 different water storage reservoirs and wells, 37,000 valves, 87,000 water meters, and a water quality lab. So from a water standpoint, the funding strategy was to continue to fund the replacement fund at the existing levels and to look for alternative, more cost-effective pipe replacement options, because the water treatment plant is very expensive, but our pipelines consist of almost $3 billion of that $4 billion of assets. And we know that as those age out in, you know, the next 25 to 50 years, there's going to be a significant additional need. But we're hoping that the technology will prove itself out, that we are able to rehabilitate them in place as opposed to digging them up and replacing them. As you saw previously, we are having to make some adjustments to that replacement fund given the the replacement needs of the North Water Treatment Plant now. But otherwise, those funding strategies are still in place. So just to kind of highlight, you can see kind of early on, we're fairly well balanced, and just as the pipelines age out over time. And this is like 2070 and later, with the exception of our asbestos cement pipe, which I'll talk about a little bit here in a minute.
Hey, Jessica, so we're clear that spike where it really starts to shoot up is around 2070.
Yeah, that's about where it is. So this is. I can get the exact dates, but that's basically a 75-year life expectancy from when the majority, like you can tell all of our pipe was put in a very short period of time. You mentioned that in a previous presentation where, you know, so much of our infrastructure was put in such a short period of time because of growth that it all starts to age out at once. So it was, as I said, $2.8 billion worth of pipe replacement between 2090 and 2110. But so what the replacement funds were modeled at was just assuming 5% replacement for like catastrophic failures that occur between now and then. So we have completed a lot of capital projects on our water side. They've been incorporated into our CIP based on our LRIP development, including several different projects at the North Water Treatment Plant that we're continuing to work on to maintain. A couple of small projects at our Santan Vista Water Treatment Plant, different well sites, some instrumentation replacements in our water quality lab. We're currently undertaking a transmission main assessment along the Western Power Line Trail for the 24-inch water line that runs through there due to some other failures that occurred on it. And then we also completed an asbestos pipe replacement study that I'll talk about in just one second. So upcoming water projects, we just have some additional well site remediation projects, pulling wells and rehabbing them, cleaning them, videoing them to make sure that they're still in good operating condition. Some additional projects at our North Water Treatment Plant, some upgrading and retrofitting of our water quality compliance sites. One of the things we're working on right now is the installation of an automated meter reading system. That will allow us to instantaneously collect the water meter data and provide additional water usage and consumption data to our residents. And then we have pipeline replacement projects. So this past year, we completed an asbestos cement pipeline prioritization and replacement study, looking at the 100 or so miles of asbestos cement pipe that we have in our system. It is an old pipe material that's no longer used for construction of water mains. It is safe, but it is fragile and it is prone to breaking. So we wanted to look at those pipelines and determine a replacement strategy based on our existing failures so that we can get ahead of them and mitigate potential outages and things like that. And what that study found or prioritized was 47 different water main replacement projects, totaling about $180 million in over a 25-year replacement period. It's not something we're prioritizing right now because the water treatment plant is our priority. One of the things we're able to do in those is that sometimes it's the valve that fails and not the pipeline. So for example, when we do the reconstruction of the Val Vista Lakes subdivision, those are asbestos cement pipes. We may replace some of the pipe underneath it, but mostly we'll be replacing the valves because as long as the valves work, we can shut the lines off and minimize the disruption to residents if there is a break or a problem. So these are the types of things, though, we're just continuing to refine and identify the needs, the long-term needs in our capital improvement plan for our water replacement, and are just continuing to implement that and look to the long term for the needs of that fund. But not today. And then one more on the wastewater side. So in the wastewater, again, summary of all of our LRIP related items, close to 19,000 manholes, our 2 treatment plants. We have about 850 miles of gravity sewer, 78 miles of reuse pipe, 3 reuse water storage reservoirs, 650 distribution valves, 16 lift stations, and our 4 different recharge facilities. And the value of the wastewater assets are about $1.7 billion. So if you're keeping track, that's like $8.5 billion worth of assets on water, wastewater, and streets. So again, with the wastewater fund, in terms of the financial strategy, was to continue to fund at existing levels, which is what we're doing. And again, looking to extend the useful life of those gravity pipes, because that is, once again, the most expensive component of the infrastructure that we have, is all of those buried assets. And again, you'll see, similar to water, we're very well balanced in the early years. And then once that pipe starts to age out is where we start to see the need. And the challenge is we don't want to wait until then to try to start figuring out how to fund it, because there's no way you're going to come up with $1 billion worth of money to replace all of the pipes in your system that were put in within a 20-year period. So looking for ways to maximize those pipe lives, minimize and optimize the rehabilitation options for those pipelines. So completed projects for FY20, again, that have been incorporated into our CIP program. We just recently completed some relief sewers near Gilbert and Warner to add additional capacity to the sewers in that area that were at their max. We replaced our Candlewood lift station. We made some upgrades to the Greenfield water reclamation plant reclaim pumping system as part of the expansion of that facility. Some reuse line repairs. We undertook a South Gilbert manhole rehabilitation project, which the manholes are the shorter life expectancy. The pipe will last longer. The manholes are the ones that are most subjected to sewer gases and things that corrode the concrete. And so we're looking at ways to rehabilitate those in a cost-effective manner as well. We cleaned 103 miles of sewer, CCTV'd another 50 miles, and did 879 manhole assessments to prioritize the manhole rehabilitation projects for next year. So upcoming wastewater projects here, we've got various different water, Greenfield water reclamation plant improvements that happen just with in collaboration with City of Mesa and Queen Creek. We're continuing with our system-wide force main retrofit. That's where we're replacing the ductile iron pipe that's in our force main system with non-corrosive materials, so we can hopefully avoid future sinkhole failures in the middle of roadway. The concrete gravity pipe sewer rehab project that we'll be talking about later today. And then several different projects at the Neely wastewater treatment plant to rehab some of those processes, as that plant is our older plant built in the 80s and is in need of some replacement. And that is an update on our LRIP implementation for the enterprise fund. So I'll turn it over to Marshall.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Marshall McFarland. I'm the Parks and Facilities Manager, and I'm happy to be here today with you virtually to discuss briefly the LRIP ramifications with general fund items, which include the parks, facilities, aquatics, and trails. Next slide, please. So some of the general fund LRIP items that we've included, 4 million linear feet of irrigation lines. We have well over 1 million square feet of buildings now, 69 miles of trail, 950 light poles in our parks and buildings, 8 lakes. We have 337 HVAC units, well over 9,000 trees, 400 badge readers, and a cumulative total of almost $382 million in assets. Next slide, please. So our general fund financial strategy, we've expanded to include all infrastructure, not just rolling stock. We've lagged behind the enterprise funds a little bit in this regard, in that we've done it more on a case-by-case basis, and with utilizing an internal scheduling of replacements. We're pretty delighted in that more holistic approach. So we proved making a series of one-time transfers to the R&R fund annually, and then by fiscal year 2025, build those transfers up to $11.9 million per year. Next slide. So similar to the slide that Jessica presented, if you show the asset replacement values out to the year 2100, based on what we'd been funding on an annual average before of $2.3 million, we were looking at a $11.9 million a year allotment and a $9.6 million a year deficiency based on what we'd been providing up till last year's spring retreat. Next slide, please. So one measurable we use in facility condition index, and that is essentially a renewal and repair cost divided by the actual replacement cost. And what this gives us is a target for general fund items based on critical, poor, fair, and a good range. And we're happy to say right now that all of our buildings are in the good range. Next slide, please. So in terms of operationalizing the funding allotment, we're going to go through and continue our condition assessment on buildings and infrastructure. We're assigning the useful equipment lives or the obsolescence dates to the varied assets. We're building a living 50 to 75 year schedule from the 5 and 10 year replacement schedules that we've been using up until now. We're instituting preventive maintenance programs and seeing if there's opportunity for predictive maintenance programs. And these ensure that we meet the useful equipment life targets or exceed those useful equipment life targets. We're adopting and utilizing CMMS, a computerized maintenance management system, which will help us maintain those schedules, keep asset histories and equipment records and those kinds of things, and are crucial in the land of facilities management and asset management and making sure that we stay on top of managing all of those assets and pieces of equipment. And then one strategy we've come up with is to form an LRIP committee, and in my mind that serves two goals. One is that in a 70-year forecast, a 5-year window, you're really tweaking things on the fly. So in spite of our best efforts, there will undoubtedly be unexpected expenses that aren't adhering to schedule. We will surpass some useful equipment life expectancies and be able to forego or delay replacement of those items. So we may exceed or be under the target funding for that given year. Also, we want to make sure that all the stakeholders in town are included in these kind of 5-year window tweaks, and that they all have a say in prioritization. And if we have to adjust that schedule slightly in those windows, that we're assigning proper priorities to those items. And we also think it's important for employees and supervisors and directors to have a good idea that when their roof needs to be replaced or when their chiller is going to be replaced or their parking lot resealed, and that's very clear and transparent to everybody. Next slide, please. So upcoming facilities projects, these are some example key items: carpet replacements at the South Area Service Center, partial camera replacements at Public Works. We are replacing the coolers at fire stations 1 and 2. We've replaced AC units at Fire 3, 5, and 6, Public Works and McQueen. A recreation center, chiller replacements at the library, foam the roof at North Area Service Center, Fleet, and Building B. Gate intercoms replaced at Public Service Complex and the South Area Service Center. AC units at the North Area Service Center. Upgrading the building controls at the Public Safety Complex and upgrading the camera system at Public Works. Next slide, please. Upcoming park projects, irrigation pump replacements at Cosmo and Discovery. We're rebuilding some pumps in Discovery in addition to the aeration pumps. Bench replacements at various parks. We're continuing concrete sidewalk and trail repairs. Drinking fountain replacements are on the way. Playground equipment replacements and irrigation controller upgrades. Next slide, please. And that's just a visual indicator of our amazing parks, how we have to keep on task with keeping those not only safe and functional, but with replacing and replenishing in mind. Next slide, please. And all that, as Jessica indicated, totals out to almost $9 billion in LRIP assets townwide. And with that, we'd be happy to entertain questions you may have.
Are we good now? Okay, combined 30% comes from our state shared revenues. That's a really important part, especially with the discussions you're hearing at the legislature. It's a really important part of our ongoing revenues and part of what sustains our ongoing operations. And then there's a smaller portion that comes from development services. This revenue really just offsets the cost of staffing that we use to do the permit processing and all of what Kyle's group does. It's quite revenue neutral. And then there's about 9% that comes from everything else, court fines, our Parks and Rec revenue, any of the other ancillary parts of town is what that's part of. But you can see the bulk of it is either state shared or the local sales tax. So what is the food tax? The food tax by definition is tax charged for food for home consumption, which is a term of art. What's included in there is decided at the state level on what different types of things. Sarah Radberry is amazing. It can tell you all of the ins and outs of all of that. It is a subset of retail sales, but we are allowed to set a different rate. We didn't used to be that way, but it has changed over the years, so it can now be a separate rate from what we have for retail sales. It's been part of our Gilbert sales tax for a good long time, since 1987, and it is paid based on the location of the grocery store. It is not paid based on the home address of the person purchasing groceries. So we're really lucky in Gilbert because we have several grocery stores that are right on a border. Think about Costco, which is right on a border, several of our others. And so we have a lot of people who come from other parts of the valley and purchase at our grocery stores, which has been a benefit to us for the revenue side. Food for home consumption or food tax is not charged on several items. These are exempted under the definitions, and so you don't have to ask for anything special. These are already exempted. They are exempted for anyone who pays food tax in any jurisdiction across the state. So people who do not pay food tax are purchases with food stamps. You don't pay food tax if you are purchasing directly from a producer like a farmer's market. You don't pay food tax if you are purchasing food in order to do like school lunch. Or if you are doing soup kitchen type of items where you are purchasing food to give out to needy or homeless or other groups. Those are all exempt from paying this tax. This is our sales tax revenue, and you can see this is over time so that you could see the volatility. It is one of the more volatile parts of local government revenue sources. Property tax is much more stable. Sales tax is much less stable, just as comparison in volatility. You can see there's a large dip in 2008-2009 time period where we did have a decrease in our sales tax. We've been really lucky during the pandemic that we're not seeing that same type of decrease. But I do anticipate that in the future, as we just have regular economic cycles, we're going to see ups and downs, especially as we get closer to build out when we don't have so much growth that's compensating for economic volatility. The different categories in here are different types. It does change in 2016, going into 2017, they changed the category titles and combined things a little bit differently. So it makes it a little hard to compare across the time periods. But across the bottom, the orange is construction sales tax, which has been very volatile. That's why we count $5 million of our sales tax as one-time money to help offset what we know happens in that volatility. There are, in the different categories, different types of it are more volatile or less volatile. Food for home consumption is one of our least volatile sales taxes. It's a lot more stable with stable revenues over time. Communications or utilities are also some of our more stable sales taxes because people don't usually turn off their cell phone. You usually use about the same amount of energy from year to year, and so those are a little bit more stable. All of municipalities pay for their services somehow. And we all do it in a little bit different ways, but we have our regular stable taxes that help pay for those basic services, our ongoing revenues. I'm going to show you, just walk you through a little bit on how some of our neighboring jurisdictions do it and some comparisons. So at the top is Chandler. This is alphabetic. So Chandler is at the top. They are the same on our food tax and our sales tax rates compared to Gilbert. They have a little bit more stable revenue than we do because they have a property tax as well that helps provide that ongoing stable revenue for them. It is a smaller primary property tax rate, but it is there. Then you've got Gilbert. We have no primary property tax. We do have a food tax rate and a retail tax rate. Glendale has higher primary property tax. They also have a higher tax on both food for home consumption, food tax, and retail tax. Goodyear, much higher property tax rate, and then the 2% and 2.5% on retail and food. They're one that has a different rate for food versus regular retail. Mesa does not have a primary property tax rate. They do not charge a food tax rate, but they do have 2% on regular retail tax. Where they get their stable revenues from is by doing transfers from their utility funds. So they did over $108 million per year from what they charge. They charge a higher amount on your water, sewer, they have a power utility bill, and then they take that revenue into the general fund to help subsidize their general fund operations. And that's how they have the stability without charging the food tax or the primary property tax. Peoria has a little bit of a primary property tax, and then they have a 1.6 and 1.8%, so somewhat similar to us. Phoenix, much higher property tax. They don't charge food for home consumption, but they do charge 2.3% on their retail sales. So higher on the retail, higher on the property tax to make up for it. Queen Creek has a much higher property tax, almost 2, much higher. Their stated rate for food tax and for retail is the 2.25%, but then they have special districts where they charge a higher rate, and it pretty much covers all of their commercial areas, not their entire town, but the commercial areas. So basically any store that you would go to, the actual rate you would be paying is 2.5. Scottsdale has primary property tax, and then they have the same on retail and food for home consumption, same with Tempe, in the 1.75 to 1.8% range. So you can kind of see everyone pays for basic services. We do it in a little bit different ways, just how we get to that stability. So if council did want to change the food tax rate, you can change, we cannot change what's included in the rate. Like, we're no longer going to do celery. We're only going to charge it on tomatoes. We are not allowed to make those changes at the local level because everyone does the food tax rate. In order to make changes, we would have to have them made by the Model City Tax Code Commission, and it would change the definitions for the entire state, everyone who pays a food tax. And it just helps provide some uniformity so that the WinCo in Chandler can calculate their system the same, only with maybe different rates as the WinCo in Gilbert. So it helps with the business community. If we wanted to change the food tax rate, what the process would be is we would have to have a vote of council. The change can only take effect at the beginning of a quarter, which kind of helps with the process of business community. So it would have to be January 1st, April 1st, July 1st, or October 1st. We have to give at least 60 days notice and coordinate with the Arizona Department of Revenue. The notice time helps businesses be able to have a little bit of lead time to make that change. So we are required to give some lead time to them. If we wanted to increase or return the rate, afterwards or in the future, it would require a vote of the citizens on the ballot. So we're allowed to decrease it at the local level. Any increase would require citizens on a ballot. And then we would have to follow that same 60-day notice, only the start of a quarter, coordinate with ADOR to make that happen. Our food tax revenue in the past has been reported with our retail sales. There was not enough it didn't meet all of the reporting requirements to be reported on its own until this year. So I only have historical data that I can break out and show you back to the beginning of this fiscal year. So that's it, 5 months. But we are seeing very stable trend. It is over $1 million per month. We are likely to have over $14 million of total revenue this year. As the trend continues, we're able to kind of hone in on what that looks like. But right now, probably in the $14 million range for the current fiscal year. So food tax is an important part, as we've mentioned, of our ongoing revenues. And I wanted to help give you some perspective of what that means. Like $14 million, it's a random number until you have some context. So I pulled out our departments in the general fund, which would use this money to help support their operations. And this is only the ongoing portion of those departments, not any one-time money that would be associated. If we were to take out the food tax and put all of that impact into the police department, we would have to lay off about 1 in every 4 police officers to keep balance between our ongoing and one-time revenues in the general fund. If we were to instead put it into the fire and put all of that impact into the fire department, we would have to close about 1 in every 2 fire stations to keep balanced. Parks and Recreation has some revenue offset. So if we were to decrease the operations by $14 million, we probably wouldn't get the revenue either. So it would pretty much take all of the Parks and Rec department to balance. Development services, as we mentioned earlier, it's really a fee for service. So you could take away that, but then you'd also lose the revenue, and then you'd have to take away $14 million somewhere else as well. So that wouldn't be a good candidate. You would have to combine pretty much all of the other departments: town manager, digital gov, HR, OMB, finance and management, legal, courts. That's $21 million with $5 million offset. So again, you would probably just have to take all of those departments and lose the revenue. There wouldn't be much left. So that gives you some context about how much $14 million of revenue is in relation to the services that we provide for the ongoing amount of money. That's about all the information I have on food tax, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. In Gilbert, one of the things that we do really well is looking at that long range planning. And we do that, like you've seen, on the infrastructure side, but we also do it on the financial side. And so we maintain an Excel model that looks at our revenues. What are the trends where does our revenues take us in the future if our trends continue? And then on the expenditure side, if we continue to spend in the trends that we are, where does that take us over a longer period of time? And that gives us a better opportunity to evaluate how the decisions we're making today affect us long term. And how are we keeping those revenues and expenditures balanced in a longer period of time rather than just next year or 5 years? So this is the model that we keep and update each year that has information on those long-term revenues and expenditures. So how we have it set up right now, this green line is the revenue line, and then down below are the expenditures. Variations of purple are personnel expenses. Green is contractual, then we have transfers and capital as well. You can see that the bulk, this is general fund. The bulk of our general fund money goes towards our people. Police, fire, parks and rec, those are all very people-oriented services, and they are the bulk of the services that we provide. So it makes sense that that's where most of our money goes. Our sales tax, we have in here that it's growing. For this first year, I have plugged in that it just remains stable because we're not sure where everything's going to go and just keeping that really conservative. We project salary growth. On the back end, I'll just give you a brief look. You don't need to know all of the numbers, but there is a lot of data on the back end on what are our increases for inflation, for PSPRS, for ASRS. We look at all of those different types of options. We look at expenses by each of the departments in all of their different categories. So this is a massive spreadsheet of information. We'll look at the revenues by each of their categories. How do they trend? And then the nice thing is, because that's just too much information to put all together to hold in your brain at the same time. So the nice thing about modeling it with math and putting a graph on is my brain can look at this graph and say, yes, it looks like the trend of our revenues and the trend of our expenditures are well balanced over time. And then this year, we don't have any specific toggles of questions that we're asking about what might make a difference if we changed a line of service or something. But on years that we do have that, we can plug this into the model, look at that and see how that might impact long-term the balance between our revenues and expenditures.
Thank you. I think that'll be helpful.
Thank you for your attention and participation today. Greatly appreciate it. I know we had a number of very, very large items to bring before you. Tomorrow should be an easier lift for us.
With that said, we're adjourned from our retreat day. Council has an exec session.